everyone. I'll call this meeting to order. I note that it is 5:03 p.m., May 25, 2023. This time I'll recognize staff to call the roll.
Rob Allen.
Here.
Wes Tripp.
Here.
Jordan Ryland.
Here.
John Reese.
Here.
Curtis Casevang.
Here.
Thank you. I'll announce the presence of a quorum. Welcome everyone to the May 2023 meeting of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission's Certificate of Appropriateness Committee. My name is Wes Tripp, and I am chair of the committee. If you have not already done so, please come to the dais up front and sign the attendance roster. The agenda and staff reports have been made available online, and a handout of meeting procedure is available. The Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is a subcommittee of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission and consists of City Council appointed membership. We are residents of historic districts, architects, intern architects, architectural consultants, and contractors, as well as attorneys, historians, urban planners, and historic preservationists. At this time, I will recognize my fellow commissioners to introduce themselves.
Good evening. My name is Rob Allen. I work locally with an architecture firm. We're doing mostly commercial work where I generally do project management. I'm also a Raleigh native and a resident of the Boylan Heights Historic District.
Yes, I'm Francis Raspberry. I'm an attorney for Raleigh Law Firm. I'm not a member of the committee, but I am legal counsel.
Again, my name is Wes Tripp, chair of the committee. I'm a resident of the Prince Hall Historic District and a local attorney.
Hi, I'm Jordan Ryland. I'm a local architect and resident of Raleigh for 15 years now.
My name is John Reese. I am a resident of the Glenwood, Brooklyn neighborhood. I am a registered architect here in the state of North Carolina, and I have been on the commission 3 years now.
Curtis Casevang, architectural consultant in the design of theaters. I live in the Oakwood Historic District and have been on and off the commission for the last 18 years.
And Aaron, will you introduce yourself as well?
Hello, everyone. I'm Colette Kinane.
Sorry.
I have been with the city for 5 years, and I have a master's degree in historic preservation.
Thank you, Colette. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to waive reading of the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, the question before the committee's adoption of the minutes has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm going to suggest a revision to the published agenda. First, we'll handle the old application, 525 Watauga Street. But then for the new applications, I move the following order. First, 11 South Blunt Street. Second, 713 Hinsdale Street. 319 East Jones Street. 503 Jefferson Street. And then fifth, 516 North Blunt Street. And the purpose of this revision is to put some what should be quicker, more simpler applications up front to get those taken care of first, and then more detailed and intensive applications hold those for later in the evening. So that is my motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the question for the committee is adoption of the amended agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Staff, please, were there any minor works that were approved in the last month?
There were definitely. Let me tell you how many. That was going to be my guess. I was going to guess 7, but the agenda will tell me for sure. Yes, there were, in fact, 7 minor works approved over the past month.
Thank you, Colette. We're now ready to hear the applications. Prior to today's meeting, notice was sent to property owners within 100 feet of the properties in question, legal ad placed, and signage posted at the site. Commission members received a copy of each application, staff reports, and were to have visited each property. Staff reports were made publicly available with the agenda. State law provides that major work applications must be approved in an evidentiary hearing and that persons have an opportunity to address an application if they desire. And we're now ready to proceed to the evidentiary hearing phase of the meeting. Evidentiary hearings are conducted in a quasi-judicial format. During the hearing, we receive evidence to determine the proposed changes are not incongruous with the special character of the district or the historic property. We review this evidence against guidelines referenced in the city ordinance before issuing a certificate. Each application is heard in the same way as listed in the meeting procedure handout. The quasi-judicial format of the hearing requires that we be impartial. The written staff reports are evidence presented just as any other evidence and were made available to us, the applicants, and the public at the same time. If any committee members have reason to discuss the specific details of an application before today, we will ask to be excused from hearing that application. There is no time limit on testimony, but repetition is discouraged. Because of the quasi-judicial format of our hearings, which is that the commission hears evidence and then judges whether the change is not incongruous, committee members are required by North Carolina law to swear or affirm persons that speak before the commission and offer evidence. All speakers will be affirmed at the beginning of each case. And at this time, I will go ahead and swear in Colette for her testimony. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, first up, old application. This is 525 Watauga Street. It's in the Oakwood Historic District. Property owners Caitlin and Stephen Taylor. This time, I'll recognize staff for any additional comments.
Would you like to swear in the folks first, or
We can certainly do
It's
that.
up to you.
Yeah. If anyone who will be presenting on this application, if you please come forward, as you've done a few times before. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Thank you. All right, Colette?
Sure. So as you mentioned, this is case 005-2023 for 525 Watauga Street. It is in the Oakwood Historic District. The nature of the project has not changed since the last meeting, but I can quickly run through that just so we're all on the same page. The nature of the request is to remove an existing side porch and storage room, construct 1.5-story addition with 1-story open-air breezeway connector, construct 1-story side storage room, install mechanical equipment, remove existing fence, construct low stone site wall with metal fence topper, remove existing driveway, construct new paver driveway and walkway, construct rear stepping stone path, and install exterior light fixtures. And even though you've seen it before, I'll quickly run through the photos of the property. This is from Watauga Street. From further to the south on Watauga, at the intersection of Watauga and Leonidas. Looking from Leonidas towards the rear yard, at the rear yard, the existing south facade. The summary of the staff concerns noted in the staff report are the front yard fence and wall configuration, the screen plantings that currently exist along Leonidas. As in many applications, the full typical product specifications that are typically included as conditions, and the congruity of some design details, including the stained soffit and siding type. Okay. Okay, for a second there for you.
All right, before
Sure.
before you begin, I'll just encourage you, since this is the third time that you're before the committee, to focus on any new information to present to us. Thank you.
Okay. So, I mean, some of the updates, there was a lot of new information presented at the last meeting. And the staff report reflected some of those things, but it still had concerns. So I'm going to go through just the items first that remained in the staff report, assuming that is appropriate here. So staff concern number 1 and 2 are related to the retaining wall fence configuration. I won't read all of this. And a new concern was the tall screening shrubs that were introduced as a part of kind of what was important in assessing this as a whole. I just quickly pulled a couple examples of precedent in the neighborhood where there are significantly larger shrubs that screen the view from the street. In our case, as you can see here, these, while they sit right at the street, they actually don't conceal any homes. It was brought into question when these were planted. I honestly don't know. We bought the house in 2017 and they seemed mature at the time. So here is the rendering showing the alternate design enclosing the full front yard, which is what has been recommended. We feel like it's an unnecessary introduction of more retaining wall and more fence only to enclose those bushes. These were the precedent examples that I provided last time. I think it was determined that none of these in the most recent staff report were contributing. I don't know, at what point a fence has to be contributing. Obviously, they're replaced pretty often, but the point is there are multiple examples of configurations that I think support what we're showing, especially in the case of ours where it is very much related to a unique porch layout, stair location, and then siting of the structure on that lot. These were the 3 locations that we had proposed in order to address specific concerns. I still would like to suggest that the original proposed location is just as congruous as the other 2 and requires less demolition of landscaping. Staff concern number 3 was just the specs. Very happy to provide what's needed and work with staff after the fact. I don't think that should be an issue. 4 and 5 were the breezeway soffits. The staff comments were updated to reflect the evidence that we presented in the last meeting, but it suggested that still none of them were COA approved. I'm not sure if I didn't make this clear, but 100 North Bloodworth, I have evidence that it was COA approved. I don't know if they have something else that would suggest otherwise, but I actually included here from the COA file an outline from the architecture company showing highlighted that the materials include wood, tongue and groove, porch flooring, and ceilings. So that was COA approved. I have not worked to confirm all of these others, but again, I mean, we found, what is this, close to 20 examples in just reviewing half of the neighborhood. So I don't think this is incongruous, what we're proposing. And then the concern with the shiplap siding profile, again, the staff concern was updated. Now it seems that profile is not necessarily a problem, but the exposure is. I verified the exposure of the lap siding at our existing house is 5 inches. It doesn't seem to us that a variation in the size, again, given that we're differentiating with this material, is problematic. However, I think there's a 5.5 inch version made by another company, and if that is an issue, we are certainly willing to consider it. Okay, so at the last meeting, there were 3 of you who expressed concerns during committee discussion. Did you? Oh, you passed out the packets. Okay, with the project as proposed. We would like to address those now, those concerns, since we weren't afforded a formal response period at that point in the meeting. The majority of the commission agreed during the last meeting that our precedent was compelling, but several felt that our evidence was ultimately counterbalanced by our neighbor's testimony and additional evidence provided. I want to spend just a little bit of time explaining why I think the evidence provided in opposition, while incredibly detailed, doesn't actually invalidate our evidence. And I'll then address some of the commission's or committee's specific concerns voiced during the discussion period of last month's meeting. Before I begin, I want to note that our desire is to leave here with an approved plan. My guess is that you all wouldn't miss us at the June meeting. We have prepared and socialized with our neighbor an alternate design, which incorporates a 5-foot setback, but we still remain confident that our previously submitted proposal maximizes congruity with Oakwood's special character, addresses each of the expressed practical concerns of our neighbor, and best accomplishes our goals as property owners. So if you look at the first sheet provided, again, it was suggested that the new evidence in opposition to the project was compelling and invalidated some of the precedent we'd provided regarding setbacks. The level of detail that went into this report was impressive, and I know Doug spent a lot of time on it. However, there are a number of issues with the arguments and data provided upon closer review. First, before I get into the data, I want to clarify that one of the things stated was the distance as measured between our structure and the neighboring structure. It's not misrepresented in our drawings. It was stated that we didn't include the side porch of 604 Leonidas, but that porch actually sits back behind our lot line, so the proposed structure never overlaps with that portion of their house. Our survey reflects that the lot line runs somewhere through the fence, and the distance from our fence to their house measures 31'3". So actually, if anything, I think with a 3-foot setback, as shown previously, we're farther than what we had shown, likely over 34 feet. Another concern brought forth was related to property lines being drawn after the structures were built at a later date. So 504, the critique of the precedent shown at 504 North Person Street was that the buildings were constructed on a larger lot that was subdivided later, resulting in the zero lot line configuration. Oakwood's period of significance has been defined as anything before World War II, approximately 1940. The amount of change that occurred in Oakwood in the 26 years between the last Sanborn map recorded during that period of significance, which was either, I can't remember, 1914 or 1915, and the end of the period in 1940 is staggering. Based on my knowledge gained of the neighborhood through this process, I would estimate that as many as half of the contributing properties in Oakwood today were built after 1914 and therefore not reflected in the maps at any time. So back to this property, Matthew Brown's inventory of Oakwood details when the adjacent lot, which was 313 Polk Street, was, and that's the one, I don't know if you can see my mouse here, and actually on the site plan, it's this one right here. When that one was broken off and sold, which was 1928. This means that the new lot line, while drawn after the structure, was established with zero setback during the period of significance. If you study the Sanborn maps over time, you see this is very typical. Large lots were slowly cut down and developed one by one. This is also outlined in Oakwood's special character essay. So the question about which came first, the line or the structure, doesn't matter because it all happened within the period of significance. The more appropriate question is, did the development pattern during this period of significance reflect a desire for structures to be set back from lot lines? And the answer is without a doubt no, which is clearly, again, evidenced in these maps. Another specific concern communicated was related to 410 Elm Street. This is a massive accessory structure, COA approved within 1.5 blocks of our proposed project. The implication was that the structure was only approved with a 3'2" rear setback because there was potentially a single owner across the subject property and the one that backed up to it at the time. We don't have clear evidence of this, I don't think, but even if we assume that the owner was the same, the project was reviewed in the context of the singular lot that it was constructed on, which existed then exactly as it does now. And nothing could stop the current owner from selling these lots separately. What's also left out of this argument is that the side setback was also only 3 feet. It was evaluated on those terms and actually contested by the neighbor to the side at the time, although ultimately it was approved based on its congruence with contributing outbuildings in the neighborhood, as quoted here by staff, where it says orientation is straightforward and parallel to lot lines. Outbuildings in Oakwood are frequently as close as 3 feet to lot lines. Some are much closer. And I know it's been stated that, the congruity is assessed on a case-by-case basis, but this fact is not specific to this particular project. It's saying this is straightforward in history or in historic developments and large outbuildings in Oakwood. Outside of these specific examples of precedent that were questioned, the bigger issue lies in the data set, which was compiled and used as evidence for incongruity of our proposed setback. So if you take a look at the first page of the printed handout, you'll see that to establish the sample size, first a boundary was drawn around the blocks immediately surrounding our house. This boundary is shown in blue. It was referred to as approximately 2 blocks, but our house is in the remote northeast corner of the district, which means that in reality, the boundary ends up being drawn less than a block north, 2 blocks west, a block and a half south, and 0 blocks east. Within this boundary, properties were then narrowed down to include only those with a rear lot line adjoining a side lot line of another property. There was not a key map provided in the original handout to help clarify which properties were included and which weren't, but I think it's a really important pattern to review, and so I've provided that here, showing the 90 properties which meet this criteria highlighted in pink. The goal of the study was then to quantify how many of those properties in pink had a large footprint accessory structure or addition. It was stated addition in one place and primary structure in another, so I'll just assume all 3 of those counted. So it was to quantify in how many of those properties was there basically a large structure with a setback of less than 5 feet. It didn't specify on the back line in the study, but that's how it was evaluated, just the back line.
Ms. Taylor,
Sure.
I want to encourage you to focus your presentation on what's changed with the application from last month to now.
I think it's incredibly relevant that we were told by multiple people who were not willing to approve that the testimony provided by our neighbor essentially negated all of the precedent that we had shown. And there are holes in the entire study.
I hear you. If you're trying to get the committee to change its decision that it made last month, I mean, is that what you're trying to do?
I'm trying to suggest that there's reason to, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the goal was to quantify how many of those had a setback of less than 5 feet. Out of those properties, it was stated that 0 of the 90, this was the case. But let's look at this closer. So if you take a look at Keynote 1 towards the top, here you see 4 adjacent properties. So 506, 510, 516, and 518. Those are all lots that are seemingly identical from the standpoint of size, location, and configuration. However, when you apply this specific rule to only include lots who share their rear lot line with the side lot line, you're then arbitrarily forced to exclude 2 of the 4, even though they appear completely identical. The study suggested that evaluating properties through this filter narrows down the examples to only the most relevant to our site's configuration, but this is simply not true. Instead, as you can see on the map, the properties that are included or excluded are completely arbitrary. And in fact, many corner lots are excluded in this study, which I think those are presumably the most similar configuration to our lot. I'm not going to go through every one of these examples, but I mean, let me just call out a few. So, number 2, 415 Elm Street. Number 3, 410 Elm Street. Those 2, along with 516 North Boundary, all would have been included in the numerator of this seemingly compelling ratio had that arbitrary rule not been applied. Some other examples, 4, which was Keynote 4 and Keynote 5, those are 3 properties that occur just outside of the boundary that check all of those already very specific boxes. If you look at a few of these others, the addresses were wrong, and on a corner lot, that matters because in certain cases, like in 501 Polk Street, if you correct the address, then you actually realize that the structure sits immediately on the back lot line. So this idea that 0 out of 90 was that true for, 0 is actually an inaccurate number. And also 90 is very inflated. The reason that some properties were considered disqualified was because they weren't contributing. But all of these pink properties that are highlighted are both contributing and non-contributing. So basically, they were taken out of the top number, but they were still left in the total sample size in a way that inflates this argument to a point that it's just not accurate. And then the last thing I want to note, the last specific example is 520 Elm Street. I'm not going to go into all the details, but basically it was field measured and suggested that the setback was 8 feet. It is not 8 feet. It is between 4 and 6 feet based on surveys and site plans provided. There is no way to field measure to a lot line. And so all of this evidence is based on this assumption that field measurements to lot lines are somehow the most accurate and more accurate than IMAPs, when in fact the only thing we can rely on are surveys. And so essentially, none of our evidence should have been canceled out. We have shown vast amounts of precedent for the lot line configuration. I talked about 501 Polk Street, where the address was wrong, and this points out something that's really important when considering setbacks on corner lots, and that is, that the side lot line and the rear lot line are arbitrary, and in often cases, they're impossible to determine, like in the case of when he was evaluating this particular piece of evidence. Sorry, I'm skipping over a bunch of stuff, so I'm trying to find my place. So here are some, let's see. here are corner lots that are close to us and in that study. And if you try to guess which street they face, you would likely guess wrong. The red lines here demonstrate where the addresses actually front. And many of them are atypical. So specifically for corners, when evaluating congruity of setbacks, the rear and side lot lines are more accurately evaluated if they're both treated as side lot lines. What then matters is not which line is which, but instead the scale, proximity, and relationship of adjacent structures to one another and to the street. If we look at the bigger pattern of how houses typically relate to their neighbors and the street, you find an overwhelming pattern of tightly spaced lots with minimal, often zero, setback from their sidelines as viewed from the street and as shown here on this elevation. You also find that often the height of structures and their relationship to the street varies greatly from house to house on a single block. This being a defining detail outlined in Oakwood's special character essay. This diagram highlights the street facing, this diagram here highlights the areas that show a vast amount of variation within very small areas. And in this case, it's not a result of a curved street line as it is naturally in a cul-de-sac. Which leads to another one of the critical concerns expressed by some of the committee members. And I'll apologize if it feels like I'm rehashing this. Part of this is difficult because it seems like the ones who had opposition were for different reasons. And so I think some of these details don't change with a revised setback. I know Mr. Casavang's concerns likely don't. And so I want to be sure that I address both the setback congruity and the congruity as it relates to your expressed concerns. So again, here, lots of variation between distance to the street and distance to one another. So one of those concerns expressed in the last meeting was how the proposed structure presents itself to the cul-de-sac. As I detailed in the previous meeting, cul-de-sacs necessitate incredibly unusual lot configurations already, which is true in the case of Leonidas, where it results in lot and building configurations that otherwise are unprecedented in the neighborhood. This is clearly demonstrated in here at 600 Leonidas, where 30% of the front elevation looks directly into the side of the house next door. Now, it was suggested that the way our proposed structure sits makes it proud of the street in a way that is incongruous. I want to show you all a bird's eye view of the cul-de-sac and the surrounding structures. While it may sit close to the front lot line of the property behind us, the way our lot is experienced is such that as you walk or drive through, your perspective naturally follows the curve of the street. And by the time you're nearing the exposed back of our corner lot, you're already turning away from the addition, such that it's essentially in the periphery. I printed out, after the first page, a photo showing the real perspective experienced here. And there is a red vertical line that in the photo shows approximately where the exposed corner of the proposed structure will exist. And so you can see it sits behind the plane of the existing primary structure. It's obscured greatly by the oak tree. And again, the neighborhood already reflects substantial diversity of scale and distance to the street from lot to lot. It doesn't present itself in a way that is extraordinary. Furthermore, the idea that a larger setback changes this, the way that it's perceived from the street, is just not accurate. It also seemed to be an opinion that accessory structures weren't typically this large in either height or footprint Here is just a quick overview. I'm not going to go through all of them. Just the top 4 are all historic, massive accessory structures. All of the others were COA approved. All of them are examples of structures that are as large, often larger than ours. And many of these are also examples that exist well outside of modern UDO setbacks, which we've detailed with surveys already in the application. I want to address quickly another concern that was expressed in the new staff report, which is that the nature of our project doesn't fall perfectly within detached accessory structure versus connected addition. And the idea that this puts us in an unprecedented category. This is not the case. And again, quickly, this is a very good example of a historic structure where it's connected in a similar hyphen manner. 0 setback. Here is 404 Oakwood, a large addition approved by COA. You can see in the elevation here how that exposure to the street is really similar. And actually, I think another, again, really important piece of information when addressing the setback is that in our case, and in our case, we have so much room left over even if we were building at 0 setback. In many of these instances, they're very close. I mean, this one is actually not that close, but it's significantly closer than what we're proposing. And so that's a really important piece of information if you're evaluating this on a case-by-case basis. We have way more space than many of those that were approved do between their project and the adjacent lot. Again, it was also expressed this concern in the last meeting with this being a project that may not be approved if it were all coming to the committee as infill. And I think this, again, is another example where this was all approved in 2016. It looks really, really similar to our structure, and it's actually closer to the lines than UDO setbacks. And then lastly, this project that is on our block. Mr. Casafang, I'm hoping that this one helps change your mind. Again, here, the footprint of the accessory structure is almost identical to ours. The nature of the gable roof facing the street, the nature of the connection being this open air breezeway, it's in this case screened, but it is so similar to ours. The height is the same. The only, and actually, if you look here, the amount that it sits proud of the adjacent structure is almost identical to that of ours, except in this case, it's arbitrary. It's not relative to the street itself. Whereas ours, again, follows the curve of the street pattern. And ours is also, like I said, significantly farther away, which only relieves the pressure in terms of the impact that the projection has on the neighbor. As I stated previously, our desire is to leave with an approved plan today. In the event you all don't think we've established evidence necessary to support the design as it stands, you'll find an alternate design in the printed packet, which reflects a 5-foot setback from the rear lot line. This change is not something that's simple. It sets off a series of chain reactions related to access, use. When we move it 5 feet off, it becomes much more compelling to need to access and regrade the space between the structure and the west lot line between us and our neighbor on Leonidas. And so the footprint has been adjusted slightly. It is approximately a foot narrower in order to kind of reclaim some of the yard space lost. It is, I think, just under 18 inches deeper, but still not as deep as the existing structure is wide. So I don't think we introduce any additional concerns there. Overall, the footprint is smaller, not larger, than what was proposed previously. The other notable change that this requires is a retaining wall and a fence on that rear lot line. We are proposing a concrete wall here, and the fence in natural or stained wood. Again, I'm happy to work with staff to nail down those exact details. We've also specified that the height of the fence will not exceed 6 feet, as is my understanding the standard for height at a side lot line. There is a page at the end of the printout that shows a perspective of the previous design from Leonidas next to a perspective of the revised design. Just for reference, I think that might be helpful. I have some other renderings that I can show if you have questions. Stepping back, we've been surprised by the degree to which the scope of this review has strayed from measurable, objective measures of congruity of the project's design, elements, and siting. Based on the guidance we received from staff, our design phase was centered in careful consideration of Oakwood precedent relating to size, scope, materials, deference, spacing, and street pattern. As it relates to setback precedent, it's certainly not a reach to state that UDO setback thresholds are a modern convention, inconsistent with the special character of both primary and accessory structures in Oakwood. Again, this was the first detail we asked about when we reached out to staff in August of last year. The response we received and have continued to receive until the first RHDC meeting was that modern setbacks tied to current zoning are often substantially larger than what would have been traditionally found in the development of the neighborhood. Show precedent to support it. Resistance to our proposal from the committee has generally not been grounded in citable, applicable codes or guidelines, but instead based in subjective preference, often without guidance on actionable remediation. Things like, it would be fine on any other corner lot, but it just doesn't feel right on a cul-de-sac. Or the proposed setbacks are typical of well-related nearby buildings, but still we value modern UDO setback thresholds, and in your case, published requirements for precedent simply don't seem compelling enough. And we even heard, is this a house you and your family need to have? Staying on the setback point for a moment, here's an example of what we've experienced. UDO guidelines clearly center around a requirement for well-related precedent. Commission adjudication instead has focused on these criteria, which is there existence of a previous historic structure, which asking this question disqualifies all infill construction. The other specific example is that a proposed structure sits too close to a primary structure. What language in the RHDC guidelines could have helped us reasonably plan for these kinds of objections during our design phase? The fact that the committee's primary concerns have never been cited in our numerous staff reports suggests that either the published guidelines are incredibly insufficient or the application of these standards is very inconsistent, but either way, it leads to an extremely frustrating applicant process. In contrast, there have been instances where the design guidelines clearly are not relevant to our property. An example of this is the recommendation in the addition section of the guidelines, which reads, limit the size and scale of an addition in relationship to the historic building so that it does not diminish or visually overpower the building. Historic building specifically. The intent here is to preserve the character of the historic structure, which seemed to pretty clearly not apply in our case, as ours is non-historic. But when I asked for clarification here, I was told that in our case, we essentially have to pretend like it's historic and apply the rule anyways. This guideline has been one that you all have prioritized when assessing congruity for our project. Yet the original intent of this guideline holds no practical purpose in the case of non-historic structures such as ours. On the other hand, when we follow the guidelines and use historic precedent as evidence for the development pattern that so clearly defines our neighborhood in the case of setbacks, we're told that the precedent doesn't apply because we're infill construction. This is a double standard which results in the most stringent rules being cherry-picked from both sides in order to suit more subjective priorities. I'd encourage the committee to reflect, as I have, that not long ago it was unfashionable to live in these districts. The viability of Oakwood and the RHDC more broadly depends on the public's interest and investment in these neighborhoods, not as museums, but as vibrant and evolving communities. Their viability depends on a desire for property owners to settle and energetically reinvest in these homes in a manner sympathetic to the special character of what would otherwise be a lost era of architecture and neighborhood planning. Their viability depends on the perception that the COA process fairly, objectively, and transparently adheres to a consistent set of procedures and standards, rather than the personal preferences of any single member of either the committee or the community at the time. Other than being the first of Oakwood Green's 3-corner cul-de-sac lots to apply for additional infill construction, we're confident nothing we've proposed is incongruous with Oakwood's special character. Additionally, a 3-foot setback presents no practical detriment to the surrounding homes on Leonidas. As I've stated before, we have a lot of respect for Doug and will continue to do what we can to foster a good relationship with our neighbors, but this does not represent some selfish encroachment into his domain as has been portrayed. We have no need to access his property with a 3-foot setback. There's no concern from a fire rating and building code standpoint, and this project poses no impediment to any desired future construction. In fact, we'd fully endorse 0 setback construction on his side of the line. For now, though, there would remain a 32.5-foot gulf between our addition and his home, substantially filled by a modern double-wide driveway. I look forward to answering any questions you have about additional evidence or the alternate plan provided. Again, in the interest of seeking an approval today.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. You can have a seat. Is there any members of the public here who wish to speak in support of the application? Are there any members of the public who wish to speak in opposition to the case? Please come forward.
And Wes, I'd like to ask the AV if they could turn your mic up. It doesn't sound very loud.
And we'll just go ahead and swear both of you in at the same time. Just go ahead and state your name, please.
Doug Irving.
Do you solemnly swear, and both raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you all. I'd not planned to speak today. In fact, I planned to come and maybe speak in favor, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that. It was my understanding from the procedure from the last meeting that this was not going to be a new evidentiary meeting, and I've not planned any new evidence for that meeting. I do stand by all the data I presented. The houses on Polk Street, I talked about when those were added. Behind those, the house on Elm Street with the 3-foot setback, that's only for 8 feet of that. The rest of it is actually a 4-foot setback, and it's 1 story. Look, my issue has been the scope to the setback of this, how this pertains to one or the other. I've been clear on that. All my communications with the Taylors, even up to this meeting, the text I got today was that they were moving it back to 5 feet. So this 50-minute presentation is news to me. I know at the last meeting, Mr. Belladin noted that I'm a scientist and I critically assess everything. It was brought up that I was misleading in my comments and I've moved the goalposts. The first thing I went and did when I left this meeting was to go back and look at my communications. The first email I sent to them, the line was the same line I put in my introductions. My primary concern is with the setback of your proposed structure, right? And then I gave context for why I had concerns, just so it wasn't out of the blue. Right? I had a meeting with the Taylors and called that meeting. I went over, we had some beer, they talked about the issues resolution. I said, no, my issue is with the setback. And at that meeting they said, where would you want to move it back? And my response was the UDO setback is 5 feet. And they said, do you not want us to build the structure? And I said, no, that's not it. I just think it's an impact on my property. I just want it to be built within code and that's it, right? I haven't told many people about this, but at that meeting, they said to me, well, don't worry, the first meeting is just about materials, not about placement of the structure. Can you imagine if I didn't come to that meeting and this was approved? At that moment, and they asked at the last meeting why I'm upset and why I believe what's in writing. Because what I've been told, even though I had a wonderful relationship with them and I hope to rebuild it too, I felt that was an intent to deceive me and build that structure and keep me away from this meeting. I feel this act of this presentation is also in that same light. I've been very transparent in what my issue is. And I'll be even more upfront. I have other opinions on this structure. I'm not trying to move the goalpost. My main thing is this 5 foot relative to scale. I think there have been other comments by this committee on aesthetics, scope, and scale that I wish we were spending time about talking about because I value the historic districts. I think there are valuable concerns about whether this fits within the historic district because this becomes precedent. I know there's been a lot talked about short and zero setbacks. The majority of them are side setbacks. The prevailing pattern through Oakwood, if you look down Polk Street, one house was moved to one side of the lot, the next one was moved over, the next one was moved over, and the next one was moved over. That's why I was very specific on rear setbacks in my data. I was very specific because the committee was specific on this unique configuration of a rear adjoining a side. But I did assess other lots. I went back from 2016 to 2021, outside of that 2-block radius, all through Oakwood, right? And the only few that had a short setback were presented previously. So I've talked to them about the fence. I don't know where I stand on this. The concerns I've expressed with the retaining wall, and I've been told not to worry about it. And so I'm hoping to trust, although I'm not sure where I am, is this retaining wall. In February, I brought up my crepe myrtle sits less than 2 feet from this fence. The retaining wall will be dug into that critical root zone. I've been told that there's no roots on their side of the fence. I hope my tree doesn't die. That's my primary concern. But I certainly stand by all the data I presented. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So.
Oh, sorry. You had one. Sorry, one last thing came to mind that I scribbled down. I would ask, I don't feel that this pattern or this set of new data has really gone through the same scrutiny of this whole procedure, right? This has not gone out to the public. This hasn't gone out to staff for review, this extra data. And if we're going to do this, then, you know, I know we talked about modified plans here, and I appreciate the Taylors working this in to try and get something done for May, but it certainly hasn't given me any time to review this, and I certainly didn't know anything was coming. So I would certainly ask what we're doing in this process and how we're going through it, because it was certainly not as advertised in the last meeting. Again, I'm gone in June. I was hoping to get this done and be behind you. You all seem like lovely people, but this is not usually my desired location on a Thursday evening. So thank you very much.
Good evening. I hadn't planned to speak either. Like Doug, he had shared the information that came from the neighbor that they had planned to shift it to 5 feet from the property line. So I had planned just to come out of curiosity to hear the conversation. But since all this has been brought up, a couple points that I'd like to make. One, the setback question is unique because the guidelines do include well-related buildings and the spacing between structures as part of the historic context. However, the UDO actually specifically speaks to setbacks within HODs. Within the UDO, the setback is a defined term. Other than front yard setbacks related to streets, the setback is a defined distance from a building face to a property line. So while I appreciate the perspective that lot lines are arbitrary, and in many ways they are, that is the relationship established in the UDO between the intended underlying setbacks and the guidelines. Second, there have been some additional examples presented today. I've seen a couple things where they pointed to scale, a couple things where they pointed to setback. The issue is the setback as it relates to the scale. And what's unique about this particular lot, a rear lot line to a rear lot line with a rear garage to a rear garage is a completely different condition from a context perspective than a rear lot line backing up to a side property line, especially in a unique condition like this where the subject property sits forward of the adjacent house. So when we talk about scale, in addition to height, we've heard some comments from the applicant about sizes and square footages being the same or less. There is an aspect ratio consideration. Most historic structures were either single car garages or maybe double car garages. But in this particular case, what's proposed is a 36-foot long structure adjoining the side property line of this particular neighbor. So from an example perspective, that is why the focus was on rear lot lines adjoining side lot lines. Most of the other examples, to be perfectly frank, in my professional experience, are irrelevant. That said, if you'd like to consider them, we would appreciate the courtesy of having the time since this was not posted, and because we were following in good faith the committee's direction that additional evidence was not taken, we would appreciate the opportunity, if you choose to consider the additional evidence, to defer the meeting so we have time to go back and field measure and review the examples that have been presented. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public with questions or who wish to make comments on the application? Yes. At this time, I'll recognize the applicant for rebuttal.
So the statement is made that that configuration is really specific and that it's important when evaluating the precedent. If you look at the map, again, there are certain instances where corner lots are left off and lots that sit immediately adjacent to one another have the same size, the same setback. Everything is identical. The only thing is whether or not their rear lot line somehow captures the side lot line of a property next to them. That's the only thing that's different. And so I think it's really clear in this study that, again, if corner lots are left off, but then arbitrarily some interior lots are included and others aren't, it's just not a good way to evaluate. Again, one of the other really big concerns is that so much of the data is based on field measurements to lot lines. Lot lines are invisible. I didn't go into this, but at the Polk Street, I think it's 520 Polk Street location, I went by there today, and because I really didn't even look at, first of all, I did not look at this data closely until literally the last 2 days because I'm trying not to lose my mind over this. But I went by there today and I measured from the back of the structure to the fence that is actually owned by 415 Elm Street behind them, and measured as close as 6'6", and then looked at the Elm Street survey, which shows that fence sits within Elm Street's property 2 feet, which would result in a difference of as much as 3.5 feet between the reality of the setback and what has been field measured. Again, Colette provided a site plan that was on file today for me, actually, which reflected a 6-foot setback. So there's at least 2 feet that is off in the only one that I've specifically tried to verify. So, I mean, I think it's just really important to recognize. I don't like to get up here and discredit the data that was provided, but I think it's important to recognize the reality of these things, which again were communicated to us by you all as being compelling during the last meeting and contributing to how you evaluated this. This idea that we have unfairly brought evidence to the meeting without giving them any heads up. The only thing I've said is just a response to the very specific concerns that he has brought up related to our evidence. So I'm not presenting any new evidence. I'm just calling out details about the study that I think are relevant. In the last meeting, in contrast, we had emailed him and said, here's what we're proposing. Please let us know if you have any concerns with the new setback and design. And we never got a response. And then suddenly I'm presented with a huge packet of a spreadsheet that has 90 properties in it, no key map. So I think if you consider those two next to each other, like this idea that we were not afforded any opportunity to look at that evidence in advance and that somehow merely responding to the evidence provided is unfair, I think that's not it's a double standard. I hate that it appears there were some miscommunications. You know, I don't want to go into, I don't think it matters, honestly, like what was said and what wasn't said. We yesterday clarified we're presenting an alternate design, but want a chance to rebut, which is all we've done. I think what is interesting in this case is we're being told that what the concerns are, we're being told that there are specific concerns related to the setback. Some of those are the crepe myrtle tree, the need for access to the property. However, if those are the concerns, then the 3-foot setback is actually the best possible option to address those. We don't have to build a new fence on the lot line. We just leave the one that's there. We never have to be on their property for future maintenance. There's no retaining wall near the crepe myrtle, which the retaining wall as shown in the revised plan does not compromise the crepe myrtle. But it's our understanding that they're okay with a retaining wall and a fence on the lot line, which in theory is going to require some maintenance and some access on their property in the future. So, you know, I'm struggling because it feels like the practical concerns are actually more of a concern with the plan that he is suggesting he likes better or resolves these problems. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Okay.
This time I'll recognize my fellow commissioners for questions.
I'll ask the first one. Is the information that you've provided us today with...
For the applicant?
Yeah. Okay. Is the information that you all provided us today with these revised drawings, is this the proposal that you're... Is this your proposal for this meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay,
guess it's
thank
the
you.
proposal in the case that you,
That's helpful.
okay.
You can finish answering the question.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it felt like I wasn't supposed to. It is the proposal in the event that you determine the new evidence we have provided does not alter the perspective on congruity.
And another question. Is the retaining wall footing to be at the property line, or is the footing going to go over the property line?
No, the
and-
footing comes in our direction.
Thank you.
And while you're at it,
Sure.
on the retaining wall, how far does that come down on the adjoining lot line with your neighbor? Or is it appears from the drawing of them reading it, is that it's primarily on the southern lot line, and I assume it has to turn around the corner to be on the western lot line a bit. But does it all come to the front of the,
So if you look at the site plan,
yes?
the end of the retaining wall, can you see where the mouse is? This is the end of the retaining wall.
Okay. I'm working on it.
While we're waiting, I want to talk to you a little bit about the shiplap siding. Traditionally, and this is why shiplap was used originally, it was always used underneath a porch because of the drainage issues that are created by the shiplap itself, so that water doesn't get in between. Okay, I don't have an issue with your use of shiplap siding. I'm bringing this up that it may be a maintenance headache for you
Okay.
when it is fully exposed to weather.
Okay.
Okay?
I
And that's
appreciate
something
that.
your architect should kind of advise
Sure.
you about.
Yeah, certainly appreciate that perspective.
And you had said earlier that the revised design with the 5-foot setback is requiring a 6-foot privacy fence, whereas the 3-foot setback did not.
That's right.
Is that because of the retaining wall, or why?
It's because when we shift the structure, we want to use the 5 feet.
Okay.
It becomes big enough that it's usable space.
Gotcha.
Which was also why, again, that footprint, it's adjusted so slightly and not in a way that I think alters any of the congruity. But the reason that we did that was to basically work in a door on the west side so that we could actually get out to that
Gotcha.
space, which we had not needed previously.
Okay. Okay. And a question for staff. And I'm looking for history as far as how the fence heights have been evaluated. I know the 6-foot fence height is typically something in rear yards. And in terms of distance from the street where we drop or we pop up to 6 feet from the lower fence line, where does that normally happen?
Sure, so that's correct. Typically, 6 feet is used in side and rear property lines. For corner properties, typically, it has varied from property to property. In some, it has dropped, reduced in height when it meets the front wall of the adjacent house.
Of the adjacent house, not the subject house.
Correct,
Okay.
yes. But I think there have been other examples where that has differed slightly due to, the configuration of the property and the structures on the site.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the committee? Rob?
Can you help me with understand why the additional few feet are imposing this retaining wall?
Yeah, so with a 3-foot setback, that area is not usable, practically speaking. We're left with like 2.5 feet between, the edge of the fence post and the edge of the wall. we have a tiny yard as it stands. And so we have at this point conceded 4 feet from what was originally proposed, which essentially just alters our desire to reclaim that large portion of yard in a way that, frankly, I'm not sure exactly what we'll use it for, but I think even just storage, like bicycles, and if it's not graded, we can't use it at all, just because of how that grade drops so quickly from the lot to our house. And so it's really just a usability question that it boils down to.
In the previous scheme, when it had 3 feet, was the structure itself acting as a retaining wall? Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no other questions, Wes.
Following up on that, I'm looking at the original site plan
Okay.
where I'm seeing, I believe, 16 feet of pavers between the existing house and the new addition. And I'm seeing a 2-foot setback from the existing house to the southern lot line. And I'm looking at the new proposal, and I'm seeing essentially the same relationship between the new house, the addition, and the southern lot line, and the same number of pavers creating the courtyard. And in one case, there's a retaining wall, and in the other, there isn't. And I assume what I'm really looking at is in the initial design, something that didn't necessarily resolve the grading in its proposal. And the revised design is resolving the grading in its proposal?
I'm sorry, honestly, I'm not understanding. Which area are you talking about? Here, behind the structure?
It looks like in both proposals, old and
Oh,
current.
okay.
This is the same, and that relationship is the same to the house.
Uh-huh.
Only in the new proposal, we had a retaining wall here, and in the old proposal, we did not. Yet we're still getting these pavers in the same spot.
There has always been a retaining wall on that side.
Oh, okay.
We actually did. We did actually remove the fence on top of the retaining wall only in that location
Gotcha.
because we just realized we don't need it there. There's already a fence, so that seemed relatively
Okay, so then,
negligible.
and I see, and now I'm seeing it, the extent of the retaining wall was dying into the
Yeah, so now
southern
it just
face of the
returns
house.
at the corner.
Gotcha. Okay.
But the distance, as Curtis was mentioning, the distance between the main house and the new addition remains the same as in all proposals?
No, it gets tighter and tighter every time we've moved the structure. We did, like I said, we adjusted the footprint in this most recent revision
Okay.
to be a slightly narrower footprint so that we didn't lose another 2 feet of yard.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. That's what I
although
wanted.
we moved it 2 feet, the structure shrank
Yeah.
in 1 foot.
Yeah, and I think that makes, from a scale standpoint, it makes a big difference.
Any additional questions from the committee? Hearing none, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to committee discussion.
I guess before we fully get into it, how are we feeling about the alternate proposal with the 5-foot setback? You guys feel like you could get to a
I would like to have one proposal. I don't like the 2 sets of books.
Yeah, and we heard that what we're discussing is the revised design, not the prior design.
Right.
So for me, I mean, that at least provides clarity as to how to dig through this. For me too, when
Sorry, Curtis, could you repeat what you're saying? I'm sorry.
I'm
to-
sorry.
to
For me,
interrupt.
the notion that we're currently voting on the proposed new design that was presented today, as opposed.
That was not clear to me.
That was not clear to me until
Right.
John asked his question.
Okay.
So with that, and in general with precedents, I think of all of the data we've received from everybody, I think the information with the strongest weight in this are for the corner lots, because this is a corner lot condition. It's an exaggerated corner lot condition because it's on a cul-de-sac, but it's a corner lot condition. So I think a lot of the data we've seen on the mid-block lots, other than do we set back or don't we set back, is not necessarily relevant to the question at hand. I see, looking at the latest document, the first page with the pink, one of the things that illustrates well for me is that the design of Watauga Street initially, with all of the infill, and these are all infill, all of these houses in the blocks surrounding Latham Way and Leonatus have roughly the same footprint, and that there are really only 3 analogous conditions in this area, and it's 529 Watauga to 609 Leonatus, 525 Watauga, the applicant, to 604, and 513 to 605. 605 Latham, that is. And it seems to me, given the relationship to the neighbor's house and the Watauga Street address, really only 525 and 513 are analogous, where in both cases, the neighbor's house is set well behind the face of the primary lot, if you're considering them in relation to each other. 529, one of the things that was done in the design of that structure was a notch in the back that basically aligned the rear of the notch to the front of the 609 Leonatus house. So in terms of looking at geometry and what was done there, and how one maintains the experience, the character, I think those are the only things that offer us reasonably good guidance. I appreciate the precedent of 600 North Boundary to 530 Elm. And I think that of everything else outside of the district, of contributing structure to infill structure in this case, is probably the most analogous to this condition. So those are the ones I keep going back to try and understand what the question is here.
Because those really are the well-related. I'm sorry to jump
Sure.
in, but I mean, I'm agreeing with you, Curtis.
And it's so I then look at the rendering of the house with its addition, and I ask myself, is the addition sort of subservient and scale-wise and design-wise to the primary home? And I think in this case, it's an arguably a smaller version, simplified, and so forth. So I think that aspect of the design is not something I have a significant concern as far as congruity with. The breezeway condition, we've seen evidence today of breezeway conditions. I think that's compelling evidence. So what we come down to is the relationship of the addition to the adjacent lot as the big question in the built pattern for the district in congruity.
Let me take up a couple of other housekeeping
Sure.
issues. One is the roof soffit, or the underneath
depth of it?
soffit, the natural wood versus the painted.
Yep.
And then the fence configuration in the front. I was compelled by that presentation that, yes, I'm okay with that wood soffit, a natural wood soffit. I'm surprised that we don't consider that as a standard in some regard, as much as a painted one, because there seems to be such evidence to it. The second is the fence configuration, and I have less less energy regarding which one should be chosen. I
But John, just keep in mind we shouldn't be worn down about these other factors, which I fear a little bit of.
Well,
Just
but
need-
as far as when we come to a conclusion on this, we're going to have to pick one of those fences configurations. So I'm interested in hearing what you guys are want to, because I'd love to kind of knock off these things that we can definitely
I
agree
agree
on,
with
and that we can get to the real heart of what we are, if there is any disagreement based on what we're going. So what do you, I guess I'll throw it to the group in terms of, do you have a favorite fence?
Well, for one, I don't like the multiple choice application.
I agree.
I'm just want to state that clearly. I feel like the multiple options, they make sense. We're really not supposed to be picking from multiple options.
I believe the applicant indicated a preference for what was originally proposed and offered the new as an alternate in the event that that is not found congruous.
Okay.
And
So what's the current application?
The current application. Step up to the mic. I'm sorry. What we are currently proposing is what was originally proposed here.
Thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Of the applicant?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just reopen the
Sorry.
evidentiary hearing.
Is this fence functional?
There's a gate at the top of the stairs.
But in the original proposed location, it stops at the bottom of the step, right?
So there are two sets of stairs. There's the stair to the porch, and then there are the concrete stairs from the sidewalk.
right.
So if you look at the plan, these are the sidewalk stairs.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, this is the landing.
And so you're butting into the newel post of the
Post.
step.
That's exactly right.
I got
Yeah,
you.
and just
Okay.
to clarify, the alternate A was the one that we presented in the revised application as a response to what staff communicated being the concern with the newel post termination. And then alternate B was concerned with the side porch termination. So we then proposed connecting to the house. However, when I went after all of those subsequent applications and looked for good precedent, it felt like the newel post had precedent to support it as it stands, which is why we have now asked for the original.
So
Is
These
it,
weren't like new options. Yes.
in February, correct me if I'm wrong, you presented the 0 foot setback option,
It was 1 foot,
1 foot, and then last month was 3 feet,
3 feet,
and this month is
5 feet.
5 feet.
Yes.
So which you're asking us to approve the 1 foot?
Oh, no, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm saying we're talking about the original proposed location of the fence
Oh, okay. I'm
right
sorry.
now.
Yeah.
And I apologize
My
for
apologies
even
for the
bringing
confusion.
up the. It's confusing what we're allowed to do in terms of asks. So yes, certainly, let's at this point just evaluate congruity of the revised design.
Additional
So-
questions?
yes, I do. Sorry, about the same current topic of the front fence.
Sure.
So in the April applicant presentation, which was on board docs, there was an alternate design that enclosed the full front yard.
Yes, I can show you that.
And so What I heard earlier was that that was the alternate being proposed if
yeah,
those others were not suitable.
I understand this is confusing. So in last month's application, we showed this suggesting why it was problematic, what was being recommended by staff. So this was the staff recommendation was enclose the front yard fully, and this is what that looks like. So again, I'm sorry for saying alternate design. It was not the proposed revision. What we actually brought to the last meeting was, and these are better labeled. So this was the original proposed location, revised, and then potential alternate that we brought to address that further concern of it connecting to the deck or the front porch.
Okay.
Can you go back to the
Thank you.
picture of the full front
Sure.
fence?
Yep.
And you
This one?
said that this is difficult because
So
why?
the grade drops here,
Yes.
and the landscaping follows the grade down.
Oh, so that retaining wall is not there.
No, none of this is
Gotcha.
there.
Okay.
And so what we're proposing is that, like, this idea that basically having to build the grade back up only to
I see.
build a retaining wall to then enclose
gotcha.
plants
I
just
understand.
doesn't, it's not
I understand. That
practical.
makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional questions from the committee?
Give me a minute. Okay. Question for staff. On the retaining wall, the material of the retaining wall we're seeing here appears to be essentially a dry stack or something of that sort. Fieldstone kind of look. Yes?
Let me confirm. I do not see a condition that mention or a fact that low stone,
Okay.
just stone
Stone. Okay.
is how it is described.
It says stone veneer, Curtis, in the staff report. Just
Okay.
did a quick
Thank you.
text search. Yeah.
It's easier.
Any additional questions from the committee?
Yeah, just one. As far as the addition, yes.
Okay, sorry.
As far as the addition, are we supposed to be considering a 3-foot setback or a 5-foot setback?
Yeah,
Five.
I guess
3?
5 if that's the only way to do this.
Okay.
Any additional questions from the committee? All right, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and resume committee discussion. Just a general question for the committee. I think we really only need to be considering the revised application
Exactly.
because this is the third time that this applicant has been before us. The previous 2 meetings, we've provided comments on the application that should have communicated to the applicant what a majority of the committee would approve. And we're here on the 3rd month with a potential revised application that I think could meet a majority of the committee's approval. My question is, given that this revised application was presented pretty recently, how is the committee feeling about congruity, given that we don't have any staff analysis?
I will start first. I am very satisfied with this latest proposal. My issue was that the UDO is there for a reason, and that the scale of this specific outbuilding, I guess for lack of a better term, or addition. I had issues with that before. I think given that it is smaller in width has kind of given it a better scale. I think that the 5-foot setback actually provides a great deal of, I think the 5-foot setback actually gave it better scale, for lack of a better term. And I'm satisfied.
I have a question for Raz. The opposing testimony offered concerns about essentially notice. Where are we in terms of law, in terms of notice?
Just relative to the proposal.
Just relative to the rebuttal, okay. So no concerns there. As far as where my brain's at on this, then let's leave that question since they are not questioning the new design. To me, I agree with John. The revised design, I think we're in a better state in terms of congruity with the historic district. My big question I just am trying to process through is the new side fence and its height and the extent of that 6-foot height on that side fence, because I think I'm looking at this analysis when I'm asking myself what's front yard, what's side yard, what's backyard, and in the cul-de-sac, it's almost all side yard. If you're sort of thinking it that way. So my question is the height of the fence on that spot. And I don't think that's a big stumbling block for us to process our way through here. But I'd love to hear some other folks' thoughts on that.
I think it could be a condition, though, that we could probably reach an agreement on.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I will say this, when there, because I sometimes have an issue even with our own design standards on 42-inch fences because our current recycling cans that we all have in all of our yards are higher than that.
Yes.
And so the evidence in terms of what she's saying, we want to be able to use that space, and given that it probably will end up being more storage of things that are not going to be nicely to be looked at across the board, and that's probably where the recycling cans are going to end up going. I don't have an issue when there is a 6-foot fence when it is not proud of the structure.
Which they're saying with the design shows it will not be.
Correct.
Yes.
So I don't have an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, right? Go ahead, Jordan.
Is your sort of hang up that it's like, so if you look at the 4th page of the handout, you can see the lot lines and you can see where the front lot line of the adjacent house is.
Mm-hmm.
Is your sort of stumble that the fence juts out?
It's beyond that.
Other than
Yeah,
that?
that's it. But I think in terms of a fact that supports it staying at that height is that it is aligning with the length of the structure.
Yeah.
And I think that's
Well, and then the one that
Reasonable
faces the street is at the building line.
yes.
So I don't have an issue.
So
Do we
My
feel-
question is, how do we make a motion on
Well,
this?
do we feel that the retaining wall has the necessity that's been brought forth?
My concern about the retaining wall was that the footings stay on the owner's property. From that, I do not have an issue because I do think that because you heard the evidence say that they were going to use the ADU or the unit or the addition. I don't know what do we call it? I guess it's an addition. Or
an addition
An
in the
addition.
proposal, yeah.
But they were using that as the retaining wall. So I don't have an issue with retaining that land at the property line as long as the footing for it is on the property line so that there is an understanding of the tree protection from the crepe myrtle.
Yeah, and the evidence we've heard from the applicant too is that that retaining wall, as it's running along the western property line, is ending basically at the paver in front of the north side of the addition. So that tells me it's staying out of the critical root zone of anything that's been identified on the drawings we've seen here, I think.
And as far as the language of a motion, I mean, I'd perhaps suggest looking at the prior staff report, but then figuring out which of the potential conditions are either now no longer appropriate or not. Colette, do you have any opinion on that?
If you feel like that's the way to go, then yeah.
Checking things off the list, I do think while the applicant stated it might be undesired, I think the recommended, I think this graphic that's on the screen back to the front fence, I think that's more rational.
I do.
That's my take on it.
I do.
You all feel free to disagree, but
I do.
just especially knowing that with the clarification that the retaining wall here is new, it seems like the fence wants to follow that. And, I know there will be some significant pruning required, but that feels like
It creates a base for the house.
the more
Yeah.
congruous move.
So this image, the retaining wall is photoshopped in?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would encourage you to ask the applicant if that is an acceptable condition. I didn't think that this was just a visual example, not actually being offered.
If someone wanted to state a question to the applicant, we'll reopen the evidentiary hearing.
Tell us about that.
Right.
Yeah, so, okay, I just want to step back. What we are proposing is not what is shown here. This was a photo to demonstrate what we felt like was problematic about what staff had recommended as the resolution to their concern. The concern being that the fence, as designed in the original submission, did not fully enclose the yard. So this is the original.
Yeah, can we go to the image that you have of the 3D? Because, I mean,
Sure.
part of this is the retaining wall issue.
Yeah, so this is what we are proposing, because you can see here this landscaping extends all the way down the drop-in grade to the sidewalk. And so we felt like there was, again, given how our lot is experienced, it's really unusual, first of all, for the stairs to be completely offset to one side, and then also for that to be the side of the house that sits closest to the lot line. So this configuration creates this very unusual set of circumstances when paired with the landscaping actually results in this proposed design being experienced in a way that I think really implies that this landscaping could just as easily be a part of the neighbor's structure. The way this all comes together does not present itself unusually in the context of normal fence configurations.
In that photograph, it's hard to see because of the shadows and stuff. How is the edge of the stair next to the landscaping? Is that just a poured? Is that a poured?
Here?
Edge condition?
No, it's just landscaped down. It's just graded with landscaping. Oh, you're talking about, sorry,
Yes,
the
that.
edge of the stairs.
Yes.
Yes, that is poured concrete.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so here, the retaining wall returns back inside of that concrete to then again grade up to
Yes.
the point of the landing.
I see.
And on the opposite side of the walkway is just the raw concrete. It's not with the,
That's right. So the raw concrete currently exists in both locations. On the left side of this photo, the concrete is flush and moves with the grade.
Gotcha.
gotcha.
And your proposal is to add the veneer of the stone.
The retaining wall does not exist at all
but
right
that
now.
is-
So
but
yes,
that is what you're proposing in this design, is to build a retaining wall with that veneer.
yes. It's.
Okay.
I don't know if it's technically considered a veneer. It's like a modular unit that presents itself as a veneer.
It is a veneer. Oh, I see. Oh, it's a part of the concrete form?
It is a void form that uses basically rebar and gravel.
Sure.
But it looks like a veneer from the purpose of like.
Yeah, it's a form that they use.
Yeah, it's. I think they consider it like a module that has the veneer that already comes on it.
So it's not real stone.
I think it is.
Can we get a clarification on what the spec is on that? Or do we have one?
Yeah, we provided it and a sample.
Yeah, we can kick that to staff.
Okay.
We don't need to.
Okay.
Any additional questions from the committee? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Okay,
We'll resume committee discussion.
I'm just gonna leave it here.
I don't feel that I don't have clarity on what's being proposed. I'll just be honest.
My understanding,
Some work.
yeah,
and I
I'm
know
trying
you
to
are.
type in here
You're
to make it
grinding over
clear.
there.
My understanding is that our proposal that we're working on here is the revised design we saw today with the original front fence design, none of the alternate ones proposed, and with the clarification of the extents of the retaining wall in the new design. And I think that's where we are. Colette's shaking her head yes.
I think the owner gave a thumbs up.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I couldn't see her.
And Rob, you're advocating for the, well, maybe not advocating is not the right word, but the one that we don't see here, which goes back out to
Basically
the
just
street.
responds to the staff comments that are written here in the,
Yeah,
that it fully enclosed it or not at all.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel free to disagree with that.
No, I think staff's potential condition is pretty clear. I mean, either the fence line fully encloses the front yard or it doesn't, and I don't think any of these
Respond to that.
meet that condition. The fourth one that we don't see does. That.
So do we want to have a condition that the fence and retaining wall fully enclose the front yard?
I mean, I think that's. We could alter the condition that staff already have.
Yes, John?
But yes, I think that's.
Additional. Sorry, Curtis, I just wanted to mention, you referred to, can we move on from the front
Yes.
fence and wall?
I think so.
Are we aligned there? Okay.
Yeah.
Curtis, you referred to this sheet, which I think is the second sheet that was handed out tonight.
Yep.
Which shows a
Yes.
bird's eye perspective.
Actually, I was referring to the first sheet, but yes.
Okay.
Just so I could look across all the properties that were being referenced.
Well, there was some point where you said, looking at this rendering, that you felt like that maybe the scale felt subservient to
Rendering.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Because this view really talks me out of the congruity. I mean, it feels like the addition is very dominant.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that document really doesn't. It lets you infer a sense of scale to the addition that is inconsistent with the rendering and the elevations.
With the 3D reality.
So I agree. I think
It's like a figure ground that
Yeah.
Yeah,
really
it's a
really
figure-
shows that is dominating
right.
Yeah.
the buildable area of the property.
Right.
No, I agree with your perception there. I think it's. Although I think the other rendering shows me that it doesn't necessarily, as well as the elevations.
Agreed.
And that's where I get to my spot of my spot of congruity, I suppose, or not incongruity.
I mean, I look at that, relative to that, and, so when in a figure ground, that and that are the same weight, and they carry the same kind of visual, kind of, that doesn't,
Okay.
I'd like to suggest we try a motion and then we go through the process of editing it to make it actually work.
Would you like to give it a shot?
I give it a shot.
All right, go for it.
Okay. I propose the committee find. I move the committee finds that based on the applications and evidence heard during the hearing, we find that the proposed application is not incongruous with the guidelines, and move that we approve it with the following conditions. One, that the new fence line and retaining wall fully enclose the front yard. Two, the siding have a smooth painted finish, and the shiplap siding exposure match the main house's lap siding exposure. Or I'll leave it at that. Three, that all fascia and soffits be painted to match the existing house, which doesn't talk about the ceiling.
Okay,
Four,
thank you.
Four, the following materials and specifications be submitted to and approved by staff prior to issuance of the blue placard. A, well, actually, no. Actually, I'd strike that one. I'd make the next condition that the following materials and specifications be submitted to and approved by staff prior to the installation or construction. A, storage door manufacturer specifications, including section details. B, window and door casing dimensions and hardware selections. C, material for stone retaining wall at the perimeter of the property. And that should say the street side perimeter of the property. D, that wooden fence material, hardware, and design.
And that the composition of that retaining wall be approved by staff.
Okay.
Another one, that the footing for the retaining wall at the rear side property be at least that the actual footing itself be inside the existing property line or on it, not encroaching onto the neighbor's property.
Curtis, do you accept that amendment to your motion?
Yes.
Is that the motion?
How about I try repeating it just for the fun of it?
Sure.
Just making a couple of notes so it makes some sense when I try and do it again. I hear a thought.
Yeah. What about a revised tree protection plan that includes the extended retaining wall? So I think that would also cover
Yeah, I
John's
think that's a
proposed
good
amendment.
question. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. I would be okay with that. Are you okay with that?
Okay, one more time from the top. I move that based on the material in the applications and presented during the hearings, that the proposed design be approved with the following conditions. One, that the new fence line and retaining wall get rid of the word or either, fence line and retaining wall fully enclose the front yard. Two, that all siding have a smooth painted finish and the shiplap siding exposure match the existing houses, shiplap siding exposure. Three, that all fascia and soffits be painted to match the existing house. Four, that the following materials and specifications be provided to and approved by staff prior to issuance of the blue card permit. A, the design of the retaining wall. B, revised tree protection plan. I believe it's 5, that the following material and specifications be submitted to and approved by staff prior to installation or construction. A, the storage door manufacturer specifications, including section details. B, window and door casing, dimensions and hardware selections. C, material for stone retaining wall to perimeter property. And D, wooden fence material, hardware, and design.
Curtis, how did you make reference in your motion that this was the revised application? If you could just repeat that part of the motion.
Okay.
And
Colette
while you're
has-
repeating, is there a particular reason that you removed the option to not enclose the front yard?
Because it occurred clearly from the applicant that the desire was to enclose it. That's all.
We would like the option, given the
Okay.
cost,
Okay.
to have either.
Oh, good, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave it as staff wrote it.
Okay, I'll leave it as written.
So,
Since we're asking the applicant, do you want the option to do something different with the addition siding? The staff suggested either matching the house or a lap profile as opposed to shiplap profile.
I think it was the shiplap was okay as long as the exposure matched.
Right.
Or lap.
Right.
Yeah, that we're fine with that.
Do you want both options, the
Yeah,
or there?
sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
Like I said, I think you'd be better off doing lap siding for a long-term maintenance issue. Yeah, just, you know.
Curtis, if you could just repeat how you communicated in the motion that it was the revised portion
I
of the
didn't because
application.
I did the based on testimony where we heard in testimony that we were voting on the revised, frankly.
I just make
I'll make it really clear.
yeah, just make a suggestion, maybe something along the lines of as submitted on pages 3 through 9 of the revised application by the applicant.
I accept that edit.
Excellent. All right. Motion has been made to approve the application based
Second.
with the subject conditions. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, second.
John, a second. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, the question before the committee's approval of the application with the suggested conditions. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
All right, that's a 4-1 vote. Congratulations. It's been a long process. The decision will be made final at next month's meeting when the minutes are approved and signed. Thank you very much. Without objection from the committee, I'm going to suggest we proceed.
Oh, I would love to take a like 5-minute break.
5-minute recess. Committee will come back to order. Next up is 11 South Blunt Street. It's in the Capitol Square Historic District. It's also the Horton Beckham Brecht House. Anyone who will be presenting on that application, please come forward. If there's any member of the committee with an interest in the matter or otherwise feel that they cannot be impartial or fair in the hearing of this case, seeing none, we will proceed. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Hi, I'm Erin Capps. My father actually owns the property, and I kind of serve as the landlord for the property.
Raz, is there any comment you needed to make?
Is it Ms. Sigmund? Is that
It is?
is that the
Ms.
name?
Capps, actually, I'm sorry.
Normally, when we have an applicant, a named applicant, that is
Right.
a business entity like an LLC.
Correct.
It triggers a technical problem with the unauthorized practice of law statute. This is a court-like quasi-judicial proceeding, and the NC State Bar has adopted a formal opinion, a rule, to the effect that one may not represent an owner in a case such as this if it would include doing the kinds of things that an attorney would do, like summarize a case, offer your contentions, be the presenter of a case.
Okay.
If you're not a lawyer. The way we typically, if we don't catch this in the application stage in prep for a hearing, the way we resolve this typically is to say to someone who appears that if they are careful not to do the kinds of things that lawyers would do and not to make arguments, not to offer contentions, just appear as a fact witness only.
Sure.
After being sworn and responding to questions, we probably could sidestep an issue. It's not a committee issue, but as the committee's counsel, I'm obligated to make that statement and disclosure to anyone who appears who might be getting close to
Right, and it's a
running afoul of
single-member
that.
LLC, so I, can't do anything about that, and he's traveling.
I understand. I understand.
Okay.
And it would be any kind of business entity, a corporation or whatever.
Sure.
If someone presents themselves and saying, I'm making the case for XYZ Corporation in a representative capacity, because
Understood.
typically that requires a lawyer. But
Understood.
if you'll acknowledge and agree that you're appearing only as a fact witness and you're here to answer questions, I think we'll be all right.
I acknowledge your, yes.
With that, you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll recognize staff for their presentation.
All right. So as you mentioned, this is case COA 50-2023 for 11 South Blunt Street. This property is in the Capitol Square Historic District. It is also a designated Raleigh Historic Landmark, the Horton Beckham Brecht House. The nature of the request is to remove an 18-inch DBH holly and two 16-inch DBH crepe myrtle trees. And you can see from the map here, the property is on a corner. And this is a view of the house from South Blunt Street. And taking a walk around to the south side, this is the view looking across the street on East Morgan. You can see one of the trees here, the holly, which is dead, and one of the crepe myrtles here, the closest to the house. Another view from the sidewalk on East Morgan, closest to the house. And from the rear of the parking lot. The only staff concern is that no replacement trees are proposed to be planted. This house was moved to the site. The trees are as recent to the site as the relocation, so they're not historic, capital H or lowercase h.
All right. Thank you. I'll recognize the applicant for their presentation, and you can make whatever presentation you would like to make.
Well, I guess my only qualm with the potential conditions had to do with replacement of at least one of the trees on the property. Did I read that correctly? Mm-hmm. And we've struggled with this for years. I'm really not sure, and I don't know if Colette can pull up that maybe the first image. It is a teeny tiny corner lot, landlocked by Morgan Street and Blunt Street in a parking lot. There's arguably too many trees on the property to begin with. No grass grows. The oak tree that's in the city right away is totally impeding on the house already, and we've been trying to deal with that. But the removal of the holly, I think if you just left one of the crepe myrtles at the back of the house and planted appropriate bushes in the back.
Just hold the mic close to your mouth. Thanks.
Sorry. If you remove the crepe myrtle closest to the house and you remove the dead holly and you put some bushes on either side of the remaining holly, I think that those are more appropriate plantings for the very small area in between the retaining wall and the sidewalk to the back of the house. And arguably, the one crepe myrtle that's closest to the house, if you looked at it from that aerial shot, it shares the same tree canopy with the adjacent crepe myrtle tree. They're too close together, and there's been some issues with like mold and mildew on the roof line of the house that we've had repaired. And then the one in the front of the parking lot in that landlocked area is totally root bound, and the city water meter is actually in that same bed. It's just too shallow of a space for such a mature looking tree. And also that city oak totally shades the whole entire property. So the canopy of the overall structure would be unchanged if you did not replace any of those three trees.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to say?
Nope.
All right. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in support of the application? Anyone present who wishes to speak in opposition? Anyone with questions or comments on the case? All right. Hearing none, we'll proceed with committee questions.
Am I hearing you right? You're proposing you could leave one of the crepe myrtles?
Yeah, Colette, actually, if you could go back to the rear property picture.
There.
That one right there. The middle crepe myrtle we are proposing to leave because ultimately the arborist said that the canopy would expand and essentially look like that even if you didn't have that other crepe myrtle closest to the house there, because really you only have the left side of one canopy and the right side of the other.
Right.
Yeah.
I get it. Thank you.
And when I'm looking at the property, the bare spot that's closer to the retaining wall that we're seeing, right to the right, to your right there, whoever's pointing it.
Just the grass.
Stop. Yes. Is that another tree that's gone away in the past?
That was like a boxwood that was dead.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So no, and it looks very random on the property as it is.
Oh, I'm sure one boxwood sitting there would look like it fell from the sky. And you're saying your intention is to go back and do a little more landscaping back there to make it look.
Correct. Yes. We've done some landscaping at 214 Newbern Place, the Montgomery house, and that's currently underway. And it would be very similar in structure, just low-lying bushes that don't impede on that retaining wall to the parking lot.
Would it be acceptable to you to offer a condition that after the removal of the trees, landscaping work be, I don't know what it is, done on the property to just further landscape it rather than to require replacement of a tree?
Let me just make sure I understood what you said.
Basically require you to do what you said you were going to do anyhow.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
As opposed to a condition that says replace a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any additional questions from the committee? Curtis?
Nope, no
John?
question.
Jordan? All right, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and proceed to committee discussion. You can have a seat. I think Curtis pretty much had the outlines of a motion. I don't think we would need to impose a 365-day delay and then just do a condition.
I think this is a no-brainer. Yeah.
Yeah.
In lieu of the replacement tree condition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. Want to do it? You want me to do it?
Sure, you can do it.
Based on the information presented in this evidentiary hearing and based on the information provided in the staff report, I move that we approve this application with the following conditions. that the 365-day demolition delay not be imposed, that the, in lieu of one replacement tree of a similar species, size, and mature canopy coverage be planted, that a landscaped design be implemented in lieu of that replacement tree. Does that make sense?
Yes. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Hold on, Colette.
I would suggest that you perhaps be more specific. Typically, landscape plans are either, depending on the percentage of landscape being altered, a major work or minor work application
Oh,
in
wow.
themselves. So if you,
Let me ask you this. How much landscape kicks it into them?
for a major work application, it is if it is greater than 50% of the front yard or 50% of the side and rear yards.
And given,
really?
given the size of the paved area, I don't think they'd ever break that 50%.
Yeah, typically, if it's, around 25%, that is reviewed as a minor work.
Okay, so how about, can we make that, that a landscape plan be provided to and approved by staff?
Correct, yes. Exactly
And-
what I was going to say.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Colette. I very much accept that
All
friendly
right.
amendment.
Motion's been made to approve the application subject to the stated conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion's unanimous. Congratulations. The decision will be final at next month's meeting when the minutes are approved and signed. Thank you. Okay, next is 713 Hinsdale Street. This is in the Glenwood, Brooklyn Historic District. Property owners are Damon and Miriam Asbury. Are they here? Yes.
I I live in the Glenwood, Brooklyn neighborhood. I have not met you folks before. I know that we are neighbors. I also know that I was in opposition to the previous COA that was presented here. I had heard that you all were not the same owners as before. I am, while I do believe that I am able and very competent to judge this case very objectively, as well as I want you personally to know I did not report you. I have no knowledge of this case. I have never seen it before. I did not know it was coming up until I saw it today. However, I understand there is a perception that I could possibly have some, and I do not want there to be any perception whatsoever that I have any influence on this case whatsoever. So I am asking the rest of my group here to recuse me from this case, and I'm actually going to step outside.
I move that John Henshaw be recused from the case.
Motion's been made to recuse John Reese from
John
here.
Reese. Sorry. Boy.
John Reese from hearing. Motion's been made to recuse John Reese from the hearing of this case. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion's unanimous.
I invite you to come to the store. I'd love to sit down and just visit with you just as neighbors. I'm serious. Oh, I'm on the corner of Devereux and Gaston, that big white building. Okay. Yeah, please come by.
All right, anyone who will be presenting, please introduce yourself.
I'm Catherine Murphy. I'm the new homeowner at 713 Hinsdale.
Will anyone else be presenting evidence today?
Damon Asbury, the previous homeowner who did the initial remodel,
Okay.
is also here.
I'm Joseph Murphy. I'm Kate's father.
Okay. If anyone who will be presenting evidence, just please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. All right, this time I'll recognize staff for their presentation.
Sure. So as you may have noticed, this is a new one for, I think, all of us. The application was submitted under the Asburys, the previous owners, and in the time between when the application was submitted and the hearing, we have new property owners. So to cover all of our legal bases, we have everyone here. So as was mentioned, this is case COA 52, 2023 for 713 Hinsdale Street. It is in the Glenwood, Brooklyn Historic District, and you can see here it's a corner property. The nature of the request is to construct and enclose a rear screen porch. So this is a view of the house from the intersection, and walking around on Gaston Street, and a view of the rear. So as you can see here, and you may have read in the staff report, the screen porch has already been constructed. This was constructed at the end of 2021, and due to an error in the staff review for the building permit, it did not receive a COA. It did get a building permit, but due to difficulties understanding what the reviewed area is in the Glenwood, Brooklyn Street Side Historic District, this was missed. So recently, a building permit was submitted to enclose the porch. We have improved our process since then, and that was when this was noticed. So in order to follow through with the enclosure, the request is to now legalize through the COA process the screen porch and enclose the screen porch. And this is a view of the rear yard. A summary of the staff concerned were the foundation details, the picture window that is included in the drawing, a tree protection plan, and the standard typical material specifications and details. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for staff? All right, thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
So the screen porch was built and now they want to enclose it?
That's correct, yes. So this is technically a partial after the fact applications. So the staff report is kind of worded as if the screen porch does not yet exist.
I see.
But yes, it is currently constructed.
Okay.
Thank you, Colette. And this time I'll recognize the applicant for their presentation.
Okay, well, should be pretty simple, actually. I'm going to just go to your comments here. So, Colette, maybe you can help me too, so they can refer to what I'm talking about. The picture window that you're talking about says the picture window not to be constructed at the adjacent 6/6 window be centered with, and the 6/6 window be centered within the addition's west wall. Originally, that west wall was supposed to have 3 windows, 6/6, a picture window, and another 6/6. Due to the engineer's request, I had to delete that window to get 24 inches of consistent wall for structural continuity. It seems like the picture window is the problem here. So if the problem is the picture window being next to a 6/6, if I could take that picture window, Colette, maybe I can do it. I don't know. I want them to see the do we have that on the?
Oh, no, but they have a copy.
Okay, so if you go to the floor, the plans, the floor plan, I guess, it shows the twin window on the gable wall. It shows a 6/6 against the door and then the picture window. Everybody seeing that? Mm-hmm. If I took that picture window and replaced it on the gable wall where it's not up against another window, it's by itself, I could get and going to number, let's see, one of your requests is to number 2, to have 6 inches between the door and the window. This is going to solve that problem and the picture window problem. If you're okay with the picture window standing alone. If the problem was that it was next to the 6/6, I can understand that.
Are we allowed to speak?
Just make your presentation, and then once the applicant is done, we'll have time for committee questions to clarify any
all right.
issues.
So my suggestion is to, on the west wall, to put two 6/6 windows facing Gaston. It's to be determined if you want them centered in the wall or we can leave them where they are. So my suggestion is to leave them where they are, and it'd be two 6/6. On the gable wall, put the fixed window centered in there, with getting your 6 inches between the door and the window. So that takes care of 1 and 2. Okay, the foundation. So like we said, the structure was built, is already built. So to put a continuous footer of it, I'm doing that on the gable wall so that there is, that's what the engineer is requiring. So it's a stem wall that we're putting on the gable wall. You guys are saying that you want a continuous footer, I guess, on both sides. On the one side faces Gaston, the other side faces the next house, so it would never be seen. But if I understand it correctly, you want to completely encapsulate that. Your verbiage says that if you can inset different types of materials, such as lattice, if you're suggesting that we put CMUs, because that's what the house has, I have a question to say, can I inset it in between the posts since they're already there? So that's my proposal, is to inset it. If I put it proud of the 6x6s, then I have to put some kind of copings on top of it for a finished cap, which will look odd. So I'm requesting that we be allowed to inset the CMUs in between the posts. We would be open to another material, which would be a lot easier. With the CMUs, you got to put a footer in. So your own verbiage says, mentions lattice. So if you're open to that, I'd like to know about it. If you're not, then if we have to put CMUs to match the house, then that's fine. Number 5, it says provide scale drawings to reflect exactly what I'm talking about, 1, 2, and 3. That's fine. The manufacturer specs for the windows and the door, quite frankly, has already been approved from the previous approved addition. So they're exactly the same windows. You already have that information. If we need to resubmit it, that's fine, but you already have that. So I'm not proposing that, this is my presentation. I'm not going to give it to you unless you ask them for it. Okay, the tree protection plan, I can understand why you asked that, because thinking that this structure was to be built, but the fact that it's already there, there will be no equipment coming in. It's a very, very minor build. So hand tools, even the concrete that's mixed will be in a wheelbarrow. So I'm proposing that we don't do a tree protection plan and protective fencing locations, site access, material laydown areas. Again, I just don't think it's necessary. The lighting that you're talking about, and it does say if applicable, the lighting is already there from the build, and that's following the City of Raleigh requirements to have an exterior light to light up the stairs. So that's already there. Other than that, that's it.
Thank you. Anything else from the applicant? No. All right. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in support of the application? Anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the case? Anyone with questions or comments? All right. At this time, we'll move to committee questions.
Just for clarity, when you're saying move the picture window to the gable wall, basically from the floor plan, I assume that would put it either above the toilet or the bathtub. Yes, in the bathroom. Is that where you're referring to?
I'm really sorry. I have not great hearing.
No worries. No worries. I'm just trying to get clarity about moving the window to the gable end.
Yes.
Are you saying that essentially we take the existing window above the toilet and the bathtub and replace them, or put it somewhere else?
No. So what you're talking about is the original structure.
Okay.
If you look at this picture, that transom window that you're looking at behind the tree is in the shower and the toilet area. That right there where Colette's cursor is the gable that I'm referring to.
Okay, that gable end.
Yeah.
Okay, I just on the drawings it shows what looks like what I was reading as a window. It says tempered, so I assume
It's just because it's next to a door. Actually, the left one is tempered. The right one's not because
Gotcha.
it's within 2 feet of the door.
Gotcha.
As is the 6/6 on the Gaston side. See, that's tempered also to be compliant with the city of Raleigh.
So you're proposing that essentially that will be enclosed with a solid in that first bay out from the original house, and then tempered glass on the rest of the bays around the screen porch facing south, I guess. Correct? Is that what I'm just want to make sure.
What I'm proposing, I think you got it right.
Yeah.
Let me throw it back at
Okay,
you.
please.
We're on the same page. So yes, it's, the original one right here that we're proposing,
Yeah.
it has a fixed window on the west side.
Yes.
Facing Gaston. I'm proposing we take that window and put it on the gable side.
Yes.
But I wasn't sure your thoughts. Are you against the window, or are you against the window being against another window that's not, that there's no continuity?
Yeah, we can discuss
We
that.
need to chew through that,
Do you,
yeah.
do you understand that?
Yeah, I
'Cause
understand
I think
the
I do
proposal now.
enough for our dialogue, but
Yeah.
my question is, do you already have the windows in hand?
Great question.
It's
Great question. And the answer is yes.
okay.
And what I have to do now, and I'm just thinking about this, like I said, the window that's next to the door, the west wall facing Gaston, is tempered. That fixed panel, you guys, I don't know if this matters to you, but I need that fixed panel to be tempered also. I don't believe that it is. Now, there's other ways to skin this cat. You can put a film on it, and it's code compliant. I've done that many times. But either way, it will be tempered.
You could just get another window too.
I could just get another one. That's true. Another $2,000. But yes, I could get another window. But going back to your question, sir, yes, it's the fixed window to be on the gable. It's going to give you your 6 inches that you want between the door and the window. It's going to allow me to have the 24 inches on the other side for structural integrity. And then on the west wall, we'd like to put 2 windows if we could. And they would be the same, 6/6.
Okay.
Would you be willing to only do 6/6s and just have one on the north facing side, or the side facing the rear yard, and then have the 2 6/6s on the Gaston Street side, and just forego that picture window altogether?
So now we're back to, you have a problem with the window. You're asking me that because it's the fixed window. Is it the window that's the issue?
It's just a question.
We did, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. The goal of this is really just to get this room conditioned, because the screen porch, it's only usable a couple months a year for me personally. And since I just own the home, that's the goal. It's just to close it off so I can get an HVAC unit to enjoy heating and air. These window plans were just really what we thought looked good, without really knowing kind of all this criteria that would go into it. So we're definitely open to different window configurations. So we're open to that.
Okay.
So the answer would be yes.
Not set on it. Obviously, we have these 4 different windows that if we can make some of them work and just not have to buy another one, then we're fine with that. So definitely open to discussion on different layouts, and that might work better for the overall historical look.
Okay, that's a helpful answer. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Curtis?
No.
Jordan? All right, we'll close Close the evidentiary hearing and move to committee discussion. You can have a seat.
I think
feel
it's
like
pretty simple.
I do.
It's
I still almost want a drawing that reflects what they've proposed, counter to
I
this.
understand. I mean, if you look at the existing photos, I believe what I'm hearing is they're trying to work with the existing structural layout.
Yeah.
So to me, and
Let's just make sure we speak up too.
yeah, speak up. Is that? Sorry. So to me, on this image that's on the screen, seems like simple solution would be to put 2 single 6/6 windows on either side of one of the structural, 2 of the structural bays of the 3 that we see there, and then just put the third one to the right of the door, basically centered in the leftover space. It's also congruous with the house, which is mostly individual windows with siding in between it. It looks like there's a pair of 2 historically molded together windows on, a non-predominant side, but the majority of them are individual windows with some amount of siding in between them. And I think this would fit with that. It's a congruous, window style, and that would pretty much solve it.
I guess I do have a question for the applicant. Sorry. It doesn't appear that any of the windows on the house are 6/6s. So I guess why did you select a 6/6 for the addition?
That's what you had put down there.
You step up to the microphone, sir.
Yeah, sorry. That's what you had put down there, 6/6. So just using your verbiage, but so you're right. The window over the toilet to the left of the addition is 4/4. So they'll match whatever they are. I'm just going to go to your verbiage.
Yeah, I'm seeing here 4/4 and basically 1/1.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. 1/1 is
So,
what looks.
I mean,
Good call, Jordan.
The drawings do show 6/6s, but it looks like pretty much every window, with the exception of maybe that bathroom, is all 1/1s.
You're right. It's right there. It is 1/1.
So, I guess
We would be asking for consistency if that was
Of course.
feasible.
Yeah. Of course.
we
Yeah.
can close for committee discussion.
Any other questions? Thank you. You can have a seat. Resuming with committee discussion.
So, 1/1s.
Yeah, I mean, I'd find 1/1's congruous given everything with the house. And I think it's useful to say for the record that the issue with the picture window is its aspect ratio,
Yeah.
which is incongruous with the rest of the design. And I'm wondering if we do this through conditions or through continuing the case so we have a clear resubmittal so staff knows what they're doing. I think we can do it with conditions because I think the staff written conditions are actually pretty clear if we strike the 6/6 and replace it with 1/1 and potentially allow them more fenestration if they want it on the wall that currently has the picture window in it, just spaced.
And what do you think about the lattice going behind the 6x6 posts? I mean, they could picture frame it so that it's basically flush with it, so with it being flush with the posts, so that it doesn't stick out beyond the skirting.
I think lattice at the bottom or brick curtain wall, either way, would work and get us to a appearance and congruity. Jordan, what do you think?
Yeah, brick doesn't feel right.
Well, the front of the house is brick if you zoom in on it.
Is it?
Yeah, if actually what you can see in the picture right now,
I see.
the historic wall is a curtain wall, it looks like.
Yeah.
Probably pier and curtain wall. But
But the back looks like CMU.
yep, exactly. So that's the history of additions. And I think the lattice, we've approved lattice under things in the past as a way to deal with it and just close the hole.
Yeah.
And then lastly, the tree protection plan. I mean, there's almost been no cases that I recall that did not have to have a tree protection plan. It's a pretty small ask, so I think we should include that.
Was there one for the? Do I understand correctly that there was one for the application that was actually for the construction of the addition? It's a question for staff.
I would imagine that there was.
Like it wouldn't have been approved without it, right? Could they
could follow that.
They just file that again?
Because it's the same footprint.
And they're not actually building anything new. Could they just refile that tree protection plan in this application?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that could be a
Would
condition.
that meet the standard?
Yeah.
I think we're
And
up against a motion, yes?
yeah, it sounded like were you okay with them moving the picture window to the south facade?
No picture window. It's not. It's just that picture window is incongruous because of the shape.
Yeah, it's just from the go. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I guess I haven't researched the examples that they provided. I assume that they're not contributing.
Well,
or maybe
they're
not in the district at all.
They're diverse in their application, including a basement window, which might be it's correct use of that horizontal shape in that application. But I mean, I think on a case-by-case basis, if we're just assuming what's congruous with the house, it's generally 1/1 vertical. That I do see a very, very odd horizontal window on the Gaston Street side, but I don't feel like that's a strong enough precedent to say do it again. So I would suggest that the new windows are just 1/1.
Yeah.
And the heads align with other window heads.
Yeah,
nearby.
I guess I only ask because it wouldn't be facing the street. The current weird transom window also isn't facing the street.
It's not. It's sort of. If you entered from Peace Street, you have a pretty good head-on view. I mean, I know in technicalities of the elevation, it wouldn't be visible, but if you approach this from the rear, so from Peace Street, come down Gaston, you do see the end gable of the screen porch pretty clearly.
Are we requiring the 6/6 to be a 1/1, given that the 606 is there? I think we are, because it's an after the fact, and that's the way we run, right?
Yeah, this
not
I don't
there.
see how the 6/6. Now that we're looking at the photos and not the drawings, so forgive me when I said 6/6 earlier, because
Yeah.
I was looking at the elevation drawings,
Right.
which showed all 6/6s. So
At the time of the 2020 application, I believe that the two windows in the front facade were 6/6. But I believe that I know all the other windows were replaced as part of the application. I don't recall if those were also replaced.
Well, they're not there. Looking at the photos, there's a front elevation photo, and they're all 1/1s.
You want me to
If the committee has a question to ask the applicant, go ahead and.
Sure. The windows that are there now are 1/1s.
Or 1/1.
Do you remember what windows were approved in the previous COA application?
1/1.
Okay.
It had both, so that was a problem, and obviously we fixed it.
I see. So you had both and you decided to go with all 1/1s.
To follow your
If I remember
requirements, yes.
correctly, all of the windows had already been replaced. There
That's
were no
correct.
original windows on the house.
I see.
And that was part of the application 3 years ago.
Okay. No further questions.
Since we're open for staff, your first proposed condition, that the picture window not be constructed. I'd like to give them latitude if they want to add a second window in that wall, wherever, just to have it be part of the revised design. Are you comfortable with that?
Channeling Aaron, I would say yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Back on discussion.
I'm kind of leaning towards something you said earlier, Curtis, just about drawings for clarity. Feels like we're gonna.
I mean, I think kicking it to staff, and if they're not comfortable with what comes in, it comes back here. I'm comfortable with that as a way out, if you are, honestly.
Okay.
I would suggest that you should make it very clear what you think would be congruous, and if you'd like revised drawings to be submitted, we can review them according to that.
Thank you.
Okay, and I mean, what I would suggest is that we allow either the single 1/1 in that west wall, or a pair of 1/1s spaced in a fashion that's congruous with the design of the house. Yeah. I'm not quite sure how I wordsmith this.
I think just like you.
Okay. Want me to try a motion? And let's try editing our way through it until it makes sense. I move that based on the information in the application and during the hearing, that the application be approved with the following conditions. One, that the west wall feature 1 or 2 1/1 windows in proportions matching the existing windows in the house. 2, that the rear facade door and window trim be offset by at least 6 inches with visible siding between openings. I think that's easy. 3, that the addition foundation be fully enclosed and either wrapped with brick masonry to match the original proportion of the main house, or lattice. 4, that the siding, windows, doors, and wood composite trim have a smooth painted finish, and that the addition trim, window trim, door trim, corner boards, fascia, soffits match the correlating components on the historic portion of the property of the main house in material, dimension, profile, finish, and color. 5, that the following be materials and specifications be submitted to and approved by staff prior to issuance of the blue placard. A, revised scale drawings to reflect conditions 1, 2, and 3. B, manufacturer's window specifications, including section details and mountain profiles. C, that a visual tree protection by an ISI certified arborist or landscape architect, including existing tree location, species, and DBH, and protective fencing locations, site access, and material laydown areas. Number 6, that the following materials and specifications be submitted to and approved by staff prior to the installation or construction. Manufacturer's door specifications, including section details and mountain profiles. B, full trim specifications, including material dimension, profile, and finish. C, gutter and downspout specifications and locations if applicable. And D, exterior lighting specifications and locations if applicable.
Sounds like we might have a friendly staff amendment.
I do, yes. So on condition 4, I think that the note to reference the historic portion of the main house is an error. The historic portion of the main house is currently cited in final. So it would make more logical sense for it to match the addition.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
What about condition 3, that there be a 3A, that the lattice not be proud of the structure of the foundation?
I accept that friendly amendment.
Any other amendments to the motion? All right, motion's been made to approve the application with the stated conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or debate on the motion?
Before you close on that, can I make a point?
Sure.
So what you had said, from that view of the picture, the curtain wall is brick, but the foundation wall on the addition is CMUs. So before you put it in there brick or lattice, it would be CMUs or lattice, cinder blocks, not brick. Just don't want to
Not
miss something
necessarily.
here.
I don't agree with that, but I mean, we could add CMU as an alternate as well.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be consistent at least. I'd take that as an amendment we want to put in there, so it's brick, CMU, or lattice.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you. And it would not, going back to your point, that was my point too. We're going to inset it, which is per your recommendation as well. Okay. Thank you.
Exactly.
All right, with that amended motion, you're still second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, the question before the committee is approval of the application with the stated conditions. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion's unanimous. Congratulations. A decision will be final at next month's meeting when the minutes are approved and signed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is 319 East Jones Street. Yeah, someone.
I'd like to move that we readmit John Reese. I don't know why I want John Henshaw to be here. John Reese to the commission.
I don't think we need a motion to bring him back in, do we? We just need to
Okay.
go find him and bring him back in.
I'll go look.
I spent 6 years with John Henshaw sitting there.
It didn't even cross my mind that it was wrong.
Yeah. And Aaron was there too.
I know.
I'm trying to sign in.
Oh, it is COA 0048 2023. It's 319 East Jones Street in the Oakwood Historic District. Property owners Robert and Jill Leandro. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Any of both of you will be presenting, or just you? Or what's that?
I think briefly.
Okay.
I mean, myself briefly.
Oh, okay. I'll let her sign in first, and then we'll go ahead and swear you both in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Are there any members of the committee who have any conflict hearing this matter?
I don't, but I think you need to let me back in.
I don't think we need to do
Oh, you
a
don't?
motion.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
Oh, okay.
I tried a motion and they told
We
me it
don't
wasn't
need-
necessary.
Oh, okay. I'm back.
Yeah, you're back. Yes, let the
That
record
lobby's
reflect
got full of, that
John
lobby's
Reese-
full of great art, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll go and check it out.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
that's got a
recognize,
piece. I noticed.
moving on, we'll recognize staff for their presentation.
Sure. So this is case 48, 2023 for 319 East Jones Street. It is located in the Oakwood Historic District. This may sound familiar to all of you. This request is to change a previously approved application, COA 64, 2022, to reconfigure the east side of the proposed addition to change the volume and side entry, to reconfigure windows on the west side, and to change the screen porch to a more one-story mass. So to refresh your memory, this is a view of the house from East Jones Street. And a view down the driveway of the front porch, the west facade, the existing rear facade. Again, looking towards the shed in the rear yard, the east facade, the existing east rear additions, and again, the east facade from the sidewalk. And staff's concerns, in summary, are material details and specifications were not provided.
All right, thank you, Colette. This time I'll recognize the applicant for their presentation.
I really don't have anything to add, unless you guys want me to go through the whole thing. And I would just open it to questions. I'm hoping that it was clear, the changes from the time before to now. In case you're wondering, the reason for the changes is budgetary. And our goal was to keep the addition proposed to be in the same spirit as it was approved last time.
We just removed a room which shortened it and added an entrance on the right instead of the left-hand side where the entrance is now. So those are the only changes.
Great.
All right, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application? Any members who wish to speak in opposition? Anyone with questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move to committee questions.
So I know in the last discussion, when Ian was here, there was a great bit discussion or question about what was original and what wasn't. I'm dying to hear the results.
I think they already.
Yeah, they were fully presented on at the last time the previous case was heard.
Oh,
and
maybe I
it's-
missed that.
maybe you
I'm
weren't here.
sorry. Darn. Oh man, I got to go back and I got to watch that. It'd be like, man, I was all ready for a great story.
It's a great story. It ended
Oh,
well.
man.
We were given approval to remove that
Oh,
portion
thank
of the
you.
structure.
Okay. I'm caught up now. Okay.
There is a very thorough document that you can review at your leisure to learn all
involved
about
about
it.
12 hours under the house. Me on my back, taking
yeah.
pictures.
I was waiting for the movie.
Very long documentation.
Yeah, I will say I reviewed what you've looked at, and I applaud you.
Oh, good.
It's lovely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee?
Nope.
No.
All right, this time we'll move or close the evidentiary hearing and move to committee discussion.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, you did a great job.
Who wants to make
Yeah.
that motion?
I'll make the motion. Based on the evidentiary hearing and the information that provided by the staff report, I move that we approve this nomination with the
Application.
nomination. This application with the following conditions. That the metal roofing have flat pans and no striations or ridges. That the fiber cement or composite siding be painted and installed with a smooth side facing out. Number 3, that the porch screening material be installed on the interior of the railing. That the following, 4, that the following be provided to and accepted by staff prior to issuance of the blue placard. A, manufacturer specifications and sections for windows. B, manufacturer specifications and section for doors. C, tree protection plans showing construction access and material storage. 5, that the following be provided to and accepted by staff prior to installation or construction. A, standing seam roof specifications including flat pan width, rib height, low ridge cap profile, and finish. B, details on the new configuration of the pergola. C, manufacturer samples for paint if changing. D, manufacturer specifications for shingles. E, manufacturer specifications for section of skylights. F, fence design and dimensions. G, construction details including section of screen porch. H, construction details including railing section if any for deck if any. I, construction details and brick specification for front porch steps. J, HAV location and screening. K, gutters and downspout specifications. L, exterior lighting specifications and location if any. I think my motion took longer than the presentation.
Second.
Motion's been made to approve the application with stated conditions and seconded by Curtis Casefang. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, the question before the committee is approval of the application with the stated conditions. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go for it, Aaron. You did a great job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next is 503 Jefferson Street. This is in the Glenwood, Brooklyn Historic District. Property owner Matthew Slater, applicant Kathleen and Matthew Slater. Project contact Ashley Morris. If you'll be anyone who will be presenting, just please state your name.
Ashley Morris.
All right.
Kathleen Slater.
Great. I'll note that the property owner is present. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. This time I'll recognize staff for their presentation.
So this is case COA 45, 2023 for 503 Jefferson Street, which is in the Glenwood, Brooklyn Historic District. The nature of the request is to construct a rear 1.5-story addition and install stone pathway. You can see it's in the middle of the block here. This is a view of the house from across Jefferson Street. And closer to the sidewalk, on the sidewalk, a view of the west facade. As you may have seen on your site visit, it is incredibly difficult to see the rear of the house, so we did not get photos. And staff's concerns were, in summary, standard material details and specifications were not provided.
All right. Thank you, Colette. This time I'll recognize staff, or I'll recognize the applicant for their application, for their presentation. It's been a long night.
We are good with all the conditions and.
Just please hold the
sorry.
mic. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry. We do have one ask, and we brought a presentation. After talking to the structural engineer and taking a look at her husband, who is over 6 foot tall, we were a little bit concerned about the dormer wall heights. One side goes to 7 foot tall and the other one is 6'6". And so we are requesting that potentially we could go up 6 more inches to get a 7'6" wall height and 8'6" ceiling. But those are the only changes that we're asking for or requesting. Oh, scroll. And I'm sorry. Scroll. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm sorry. So this shows the extra 6 inches. So we went from asking for 34 inches to 40 inches in height over the original ridge of the structure. And we're happy to answer any questions.
All right. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application? Any members of the public who wish to speak in opposition to the case? Anyone with questions or comments on the application? Hearing none, we'll move to committee questions.
I don't have any questions, but can I say something?
Not yet.
Okay.
Curtis, any questions?
No.
Jordan? Rob, any questions? Okay. I'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to committee discussion. John, now you can say something.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can have a seat.
The way because I'm of that Glenwood Brooklyn group. I know this house very well because it's next door to the fire station, right? You're not the owner from 1996, are you? Okay. She was a very cool person too. This is a challenge for me across the board, and this is something that is rampant in our neighborhood.
Interesting.
And because we are street facing and we're not going all the way around, there is nothing I can say about what you're doing because it fits the guidelines. That being said, I challenge, because Ashley, I know you are an excellent architect. I challenge all architects to figure out a way to deal with the design in these specific urban historic neighborhoods without doing camelbacks. You've done you put it on. There's one shown that you've done yourself on the I can't remember the name of the street. No, it's on. No, the what's his name's?
Will's Forest.
Will's Forest. Thank you. I knew it was the name of the
I can channel my inner John.
Thank you. And it's the same condition there. These additions are getting gargantuan on the backs of these houses. The scale out, and I'm at the elevation I'm looking at, it is overpowering. But because we can't see it as well, because it is so well done from the street, it is very much within the guidelines. One of the things that I plan to do is figure out ways to work with architects to make this better, because right now it is not the solution. And I want to challenge you as a very good architect and a very talented designer to help me figure this out, because it is not boding well across the board. Because while you are sensitive to it, most are not. And we end up with a lot of humiliated front cottage faces. That's my comment.
Yeah.
Thank you for your commentary, John. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, John, I did want to say, I think in this case, with it being really it's like a half story, it has less of, and the siding of this particular house
absolutely
has a softer effect on the visual, but I think your points are well taken, because the application included a lot of precedents that I don't necessarily feel great about, even if they were approved, even if we approved some of them, and they, there are other ways. So I applaud your goal for the challenge. Might be outside of this case discussion for how that's accomplished. I mean, I think this is a different type of that camelback. The 40 inches
Agreed.
in roof change is not
as
that
I said,
significant.
She's above the fray in terms of her talent and being able to do this stuff. But understand that creativity is sparked by limits.
Mm-hmm.
Formulaic answers are not the answer.
Yeah, I mean,
Can't argue that, but I also do agree that I think the truncated gable end and the way the dormers are thrown on there do so much to diminish the size of it, and the street side experience of the house, and even the neighbor's experience of the house, frankly, will be in the end quite congruous, and I don't see any ambiguity in what's being asked for here. So I take no exception to anything here. I think it is an example of the way to do it using a camelback. So I think we can.
I'll make the motion if we're good.
Yay, Professor.
Based on the information presented in this hearing and the report by staff and all other evidentiary evidence presented, I move that we approve this application with the following conditions. Bear with me. That the following be provided to and approved by staff prior to installation of construction. A, stone path material specifications. B, drawings showing installation locations for gutters and downspouts and product specifications, if any. C, exterior lighting specifications and location, if any. D, location and screening for HVAC mechanical equipment, if changing.
Second.
Motion's been made to approve the application with the stated conditions and seconded by Commissioner Case-Fang. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, the question before the committee is approval with stated conditions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. The decision will be final at next month's meeting when the minutes are approved and signed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ashley.
I think we've gotten through 4 applications in about half the time it took to do the first one.
Wes, could we have a short recess?
Yes. Before we do
sorry.
our last one, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Which one we have left?
Blunt Street.
Blunt Street, 516.
Committee will come back to order, and we will proceed with our last but not least application of the evening, 516 North Blunt Street. This is in the Blunt Street Historic District. Property owners are William and Mary Forbes, and they are also the applicant. All right, please, anyone who will be presenting evidence today, just introduce yourselves to the committee, please.
William Forbes, property owner.
Lena Seibert,
All right.
architect.
John Seibert, the architect.
And if all three of you will be presenting evidence, I'll just ask you to raise your right hand. We'll swear you in. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Great. Thank you. All right. I'll recognize staff for their presentation.
All right, this is case COA 51, 2023 for 516 North Blunt Street. It is in the Blunt Street Historic District. The nature of the request is to construct a rear addition and covered deck, construct a rear accessory structure, rebuild and re-roof existing dilapidated garage walls, extend concrete driveway, realign front walk, and construct new walkway and ADA ramp. You can see here the property is in the middle of the block on Blunt Street. And this is a view from Blunt Street. And again, a view of the front porch details. There is an existing brick stoop and steps on the south side of the front porch. This is a photo of that. It is just foliage on the south side. View looking back across the front porch towards the front walk. View from the end of the driveway and looking back towards the rear of the property. The existing side entry. Looking back at that same side entry. And this is the rear wall of the house and the backyard. This is the remains of the garage. They are very difficult to capture in photo, but currently overgrown. One of the walls is very tall. So a summary of the staff concerns were the floor-to-ceiling glass on the east facade addition. The analysis of well-related built area or mass was not provided. Evidence to support accessory structure features, including multiple covered porches, trellis, screening, green walls, doors, and architectural surrounds were not provided. Some clarification was needed on whether the garage walls would be restored or altered, and evidence to support the use of bluestone. There was no tree location or protection plan provided aside from the 2 trees that are proposed to be removed. Additional details on the ramp were needed, including tree impacts, configuration, and screening. Fencing details were unclear as to whether what is existing is to remain or if a new fence is proposed. And then the standard typical material details and specifications that were not provided.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'll recognize the applicant for their presentation.
Sure. My name is John Seibert. So as Colette mentioned, we're adding onto the back of the house a covered porch, as well as an accessory dwelling structure in the back, or back of the lot, which also conforms to, if you look at the Sanborn 1914 site plan, is approximately about the size. It has some side porches with it as well, which the adjacent property also has as comparable to as well. And then the garage, it's basically 2.5 walls. So we're basically just trying to stabilize them and put a roof on it, and not to make it as domineering a structure as it, I think, initially was, especially given all of the surrounding structures, which, especially behind us and to the side, are much larger than anything we're proposing. probably best to answer questions.
All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application? Anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the case? Anyone with questions or comments on the application? Okay, come forward. Please state your name, sir.
Lou Velasco.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you. You may proceed.
Just a brief comment. I had an opportunity to take a look at some of the proposals, and one of the things that I am concerned, I live next door on John Haywood Way, so I would be on the back portion where this whole area that's being proposed to be built. One of the indicators are that the trees that are going to be removed are dangerously dying and could fall at any moment with any gust of wind, that kind of thing. So we're very, very concerned about that. And so one of the comments that we'd like to make as owners, homeowners in that association, is that it be removed immediately so that we're not in danger of having those trees fall, because they do look like they're eminently ready to fall. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to make comments? All right. Please, if you're going to say something, please come forward. Ma'am, if you're going to say something, please come forward to the microphone. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other comments on the application? All right. Okay. Is any comments? Anything else? Yes, sir. Please come forward. I mean, y'all have waited this long. You might as well get your money's worth.
Yeah, right. I mean, you've been sitting there forever.
My name is Mark Homeister.
Please raise your right hand.
Oh, yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
My name is Mark Homeister. I live on John Haywood Way, also right behind the property. And I didn't have any strong objections to the plan. Actually, John Haywood Way is pretty much an alley with 3-story condos on both sides. So a lower structure really wouldn't be out of character. And the only thing, I'm new to this procedure, but if by my commenting now or something, are you getting ready to approve it, or have they answered all of the staff concerns? I guess that was my question.
We could approve the application, we could deny the application, or we could defer it to a future meeting.
Okay, because I thought a lot of the staff concerns were good over various design elements, and even the trees look huge and look like they're falling, but to have a certified arborist look at them, and I thought there were a lot of legitimate concerns raised by staff. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You've already been sworn, so you can proceed.
Sorry about that. I forgot about the fencing in the rear of the yard. It's completely overgrown with trees, and vegetation is basically looking like it's ready to fall also. So my comment would be, or a question would be, whether or not that's being proposed to be taken out and a new fence put in.
Thank you for raising that. We can discuss that later. Any additional comments on the application from the public? All right. The applicant does have an opportunity to provide a response.
So let me see. I'll start with your comments first. Actually, this the one in the foreground. We're going to basically be responding to staff comments. We have no objections, concerns. None of the issues that they've raised are of concern to us. So, and then to your concern about the fence, we were going to just remove it. Sorry. We're going to remove it, remove the fence. At this point, we are not planning on that.
All right. Any additional response to the comments?
Staff comments, you mean?
The comments that you heard from the public?
The trees, I'll have to taking the trees down.
No, as the owner, I mean, as the story goes, and I think some of the people in the neighborhood know this story, there was a tree that actually, the reason that the garage is 2.5 size, because a tree fell on it. So it was an initial concern that I had, and that's why we had people out to look, arborists out to look at these trees. So it's a concern. That tree fell on the garage, destroyed the garage. I'm not clear whether or not it fell on the roof, but if you look at the back roof, you can see that it's got a wobble in it. And so I've heard stories that, in fact, that tree may have hit the roof as well. So in any event, the concern around the trees that I think is shared in some of the neighborhood is certainly shared by the property owners.
And so as soon as we're able to take them down, we will.
All right. Thank you. At this time, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and pursue. Well, no, I'm sorry. We move to committee questions.
I have a staff question. If they take the fence down, is that an issue?
No, it's not an issue. Depending on what they would like to replace in the future, that will require a new COA, but to remove the fence as part of this application is something that they could completely ask for.
Okay.
It's a chain link fence.
Oh, it's a chain link fence. Okay. I thought it was a wooden fence. And my question to you, where'd you get your details and some of the things that are staff concerned about? Because there are notes in here about there's no evidentiary understanding of where the stuff is coming from.
Where what is coming from?
Where the detail, some of the design.
Oh, we're going to be
details are
working with
coming
from the existing eave details on the existing structure.
No, I mean for the new addition, for the addition in the back, for the ADU.
So we are basically going to try and harmonize all of the details for the eaves on all of the structure, both the porch and the accessory structure, to be consistent with the eave detail on the existing house.
Okay.
Okay. I had a question on the southern ramp.
Yes.
Going from the street. Is the intent to start the ramp basically at the street and work your way up to the porch level?
Yeah.
And hit the front porch first? Or no?
We're not going to be able to. It's just not, the grade's not going to work that way.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm just from the lines, I had assumed you were basically going to tunnel back to the porch and then start ramping. And I assumed that wasn't what your intent was.
I may have misheard. Did you say that again?
Looking at the drawing, specifically drawing 9, you're indicating ramps and landings that start at the line of the front porch, which given the slope of the land there would suggest that essentially you're going to have a brick tunnel before you started ramping up. You're going to start ramping earlier?
There's no way we're trying to provide curbside access for somebody in a wheelchair. And in order to do that, we're going to have some retaining walls
of course.
to do it.
Are you going to start ramping earlier, though? Are there going to be sections of ramp closer to the street?
Oh, it starts right at where the existing brick wall starts is where we're starting.
Okay.
So if you look at drawing 9, here, hold on.
May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the ramp doesn't start, the wood ramp doesn't start till the point of the house, behind the house.
Right, where you're showing the slopes.
Before that, it's just
it's flat sidewalk, and it's less than 5%.
Right. But because of the amount of elevation, we have to basically extend it all the way. It will be sort of in the low walls as you're moving back towards the house, but we will not arrive at the elevation of the house until we're in the back.
Okay, but your intent is to keep the walkway before you start hitting the ramp on the flat with the street. Specifically, what I'm looking at is the drawing convention where you're showing arrows for ramped areas and squares for landings. The entire thing south of the front porch of the existing house is shown as flat, but I assume that's actually ramped with landings.
No, what I'm assuming.
Or is it actually flat?
I was assuming it was sloping with the land.
It is sloping with the, but the slope
Is
no,
less than
the
5%.
problem is, imagine if you will, the front wall
Yep.
is this high.
Yes.
So we have to basically start at the sidewalk.
Right.
Slope up to the house.
Okay, so-
we have walls on each side of that in order to,
So there is a ramp within those walls?
there is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a sloped sidewalk. It's not
It's
technically
a sloped
ramp.
sidewalk
Yeah.
that meets
Yeah.
ADA.
So how
Gotcha.
high is the wall?
Um,
I don't see any elevations of that anywhere.
Yeah, it's going to
Actually,
vary
Aaron,
from
can you
about.
pull back the photographs? Yeah, it's less than 30. Can you have the photographs of the existing conditions?
And does that height go all the way straight out to the street?
Do I need to do that?
Have to.
How do I do that?
Would have to.
I'm just confused as to the elevation of this wall that contains the sidewalk and how high it gets and how, I mean, from what I can tell in the drawing, because there's no elevations of it or perspective, I'm only able to look at the plan, and the plan makes me think it's a tunnel because of if the walls go up 30 inches on each side and it's only 3 feet wide, you're in a,
The essence of my question.
yeah, you're in a little track.
The highest point, it would be 30 inches.
And that's at
That's
the front,
So
at the
there it
main
is.
street.
So this photograph exemplifies the situation. So you see how the existing walkway up to the house starts? Effectively, that is what we're doing between two low walls where the ramp would be, but starting to slope right at the beginning of that wall.
Yeah.
No. We're basically putting in retaining walls the same height as those, and then the ramp is contained within that.
So you're going to wrap the masonry around the corner and. Okay.
Yes.
So that's not 30 inches, which is what you said.
The highest point, it is 30 inches. The whole ramp takes you up 30 inches.
Yeah, John, I think it's all going to be retained at the relative height of the grass grade of the front
So the
yard.
grass, yes, the walls will match the elevation of the grass.
I think one confusing part is on one of the site plans it says wood ramp that was annotated.
That's in the back side of the house.
Well,
It transitions up because at that point we'll be above the grade at that point. So then we're switching to wood.
that's helpful. The note is right off of the Blunt Street sidewalk.
It's not. It's not. It's basically concrete within the two low
I'm
retaining
telling you
walls.
what's on your application that you submitted to us. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to get a point of clarification of why we might be a little bit confused.
Fair enough.
But if it's concrete until it gets to the back of the house, that makes a lot more. I think that makes a lot more sense. Okay.
I said it was wood, though.
Somewhere it says that, yeah.
So now I'm very confused.
It's on slide 28 of 55 of the application.
Oh, you were good.
28.
Yep. It says wood ramp.
Yeah, so now I'm confused.
So what happens, John, is we get up to the grade elevation with concrete. Then as we move up to the elevation of the house itself, we have to transition to wood.
Okay. There's just an error on that site plan because it shows it's actually labeled wood at almost the street end.
At
of
the
ramp.
street.
Yeah.
And then Curtis and John, if you look at
That's
39 of 55,
Mm-hmm.
it's a little more clear. It's not on the survey, but it looks more like the architect's drawing, and it is more clear where the wood,
I see.
the extent of wood versus concrete.
Gotcha.
So it's like roughly at about the midpoint of the front porch.
Right.
Is when it begins to be
Oh,
wood.
so the slope sections are the wood.
Well, there's slope sections in concrete as well.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking let's understand this. Ramp means ramp, which means it's higher than 5%. If it is a sidewalk, then it is less than 5% and it's just a sidewalk. So let's talk about what is sidewalk and what is ramp.
And so in essence, you're going to wood once you emerge from the ground.
Yeah.
So the ramp is wood. The sidewalk is concrete. Thank you.
Correct. Okay.
I had a couple questions just about the siting, the site location of the accessory structure, because I was surprised when I did the site visit how much the road that some of your neighbors are on, John Haywood Way, how much of a relationship it has to this house. I've driven by this house my whole life. That's a relatively new street, but those several of the condos that are like behind Merriman Wynn are technically, they're in the district, so it's part of the context. And so it looks like you did provide a graphic that was just like where the building is located, related to the back of the site. I guess, did you give any thought to having the accessory dwelling have an entrance of some sort onto John Haywood Way, or maybe have parking there? Because it looks like it's going to be closer to John Haywood Way than the adjacent structures on the north and south.
So John Haywood is actually a private street, as far as I understand. And so we were not trying to integrate ourselves with that community as in any way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, your property line ends right there. You can't, you'd have to go in somebody else's property to get on John Hayward, wouldn't you?
No.
Oh.
It butts it.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, the topography on that side is higher.
Right. The grade drops off very quickly down to John Hayward Street. So it would be, we would end up introducing steps up, which would then also introduce other issues.
So it doesn't have a face onto,
It's an alleyway. John Haywood
Oh, I
would
see.
be described as an
Gotcha.
alleyway.
okay.
And it's a private street. So we aren't really interacting with it in any way.
But it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're
if you look,
interacting with it because you're there.
Well, by virtue of building there, but we're not making it so people can drop off or stop, access our property through that private street.
Is that a crawl space access? Okay. And I'm still confused a little bit about, okay, now I see the ramp. What is the ramp railing made out of? Look at that.
Right now, I think it's wood. It's right now, it's.
That's a lot of ramp.
It is.
Wheelchair do it.
It's going to be wood, and we'll work with the staff on the details. I mean, we could do metal.
And are you putting a skirt underneath it?
Yes.
That's wood?
Hello? Tanya over here. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
I just wanted to add that installation of a ramp is approvable as staff as a minor work, and I suggest you move on to other topics
Okay.
instead of getting into the nitty-gritty
Okay.
details.
Well, that's just what John's good at, though. That's what John is good at, though.
I know.
Yeah. It is 8:39.
Sorry, I will shut up.
Any additional questions for the applicant? Rob? Curtis?
Not at this time.
John? Take that as a no.
No.
All right. We'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to committee discussion. You can have a seat. Thank you.
the relationship on the rear lot line is just very strange. They actually provide a very clear graphic on slides 21 and 22. And did a drive down it, and it's just want to make sure we're good with that, because like the back of this is going to be right next to two buildings, front doors, and parking areas.
Yeah, I agree. It is kind of weird, although it is also consistent with that road. I mean, one could do some sort of faux fenestration and give a sense that there's an entry back there if they didn't want an actual one to be there as a means to say it's part of the world, but it's also a completely different aspect ratio than those buildings. So it's radically different than the rest of the stuff along that thing. And I don't think we should be asking to be too matchy-matchy with that new development. I think I'm a little more concerned about the the aspect ratio and the details relative to the primary structure on the lot than I am with what's on John Haywood Way.
I hear you, Curtis. I feel like once it's constructed, it's going to feel
wrong,
too close to that alley and too short. But
I was concerned about height in a big way, in terms of its proportion and what's on that alley. Yeah, I'm with you. The other thing,
saying that because I'm ready to make any sort of motion, but just that it feels like the constructed condition. We're going to go and see it, and we're going to all think that it has a different relationship to that street and property lines. And sure, it's a private street, but all of the properties on the west side of that way are in the district.
Yes.
And they are new construction, so I think there's a relationship even if they have an address to that street.
I do think we need to drill into the outbuilding a lot, frankly. So yes. And I'm not even sure where to start. And I was actually, as I was looking at it, I was having trouble trying to put my finger on what about the design seemed incongruous.
Well, we don't have there was not evidence provided. I think that's
even with the main house, though, because the main house is certainly a given, and it to me it feels incongruous with the main house too.
Suburban. Well,
yeah, it feels more suburban. Yeah.
For what it's worth, this house is fairly unique in its form, even for its age. I mean, there are other all brick houses, but I think a lot of the houses along this part of Blunt Street, and I realize several of them have been moved around in locations, but there's a lot more wood framed than masonry. So I think that's always kind of thrown me off. And then there's a little bit more of a, colonial style to it than I think anything else around it. So so it's always had those. That is part of the nature of this house, but it is it stands out to me. It always has, even before
I agree.
I went to architecture school. I was like, that house seems different than everything else along here.
One of these things is not like the other.
So I have a little less trouble with the proposed work on the rear, just because as I look at the image that's on the screen, I can start to see how the detailing might tie in, which is not typical on a lot of the other houses, but feels okay on this one. But
well, if we go to the main structure, I certainly perceived and tend to agree with a lot of staff's concerns about the amount of glass, but the thing that I just couldn't find a way to resolve in terms of congruity is the very radius but low roof form at the rear. It was just a geometry that was outside of the house, and I mentally kept on going back to the front porch as a way to try and justify it, but I don't see it as congruous even with the front porch, because the front porch still has a more orthogonal geometry to it, and that was the first element I had any kind of concern with, and it and it's really the only one that I've been having concern with along the main house and around it that isn't already reflected in the staff comments. John?
I agree with Curtis's comments, because to me, as I mentioned to him before, this accessory unit in the back has a much more suburban, low-slung kind of 50s quality to it, because of its, whereas the main house is a very vertically proportioned box with flat porch extensions that basically create spaces that are transitional from the open space to the interior. Whereas when I look at the plan of the proposed accessory structure, I find it to be delightful in terms of, the kind of spaces that you've got on all four sides and stuff like that. But it does create because part of the two-story existing brick dwelling is that it is a very urban house with almost a street wall quality and a pitch which is of a certain rake that gives it monumentality. I'm not saying that the new accessory structure in the back be that, but the 3D extrusion of this plan is in a very different, is almost like the house didn't exist. And from that, I've got some reservations in terms of how it relates. It's almost like I don't know what the roof pitch of the garage that you're going to replace is going to be. Is it of similar pitch to the main house?
No, it's flatter.
Oh, it's flatter. Okay. And so how does that kind of work with this low-slung piece? I don't want to get in the design of it. I'm not going to.
Killing you, though.
Are you sure?
But if you just made those porches flat, you'd see the pitch of the house or the pitch of the gable as a main structure that basically has the porches wrap around it so that it is a vertical element rather than a low-slung.
And I was wondering if on the west elevation of the accessory structure, if the porch roof and the gable end on the porch roof all didn't combine to further enforce the horizontal aspect ratio of it. And I'm thinking that's what is part of what's making it incongruous in my mind.
Sir, you can have a seat, and we'll, if we have any questions, we'll call you up. Sir,
Yes, I'm sorry.
You can have a seat, and if we have any questions, we'll let you know.
Yeah. But that's, I think that element of it, that was also my concern, is how to enhance the verticality of it.
Yeah, without making it a two-story structure or something like that. There's no need for that.
Yeah.
But I think that, you look at the Miramon Wind kind of carriage house concept, and it kind of does that a little bit successfully in terms of being a nice pairing with that existing house. I'll be honest, this not so much.
Yeah. And I'd say the same analogous problem is happening with the rear porch on the main house.
Right. Yes, very much so. I just think there needs to be more study in the DNA of this existing main house to understand how it procreates.
All right, we might need to get some clarity into that. Just a few. I know we've talked about so we're on the same page and speaking the same language. We're talking about the proposed one-story addition on the rear of the primary structure. Okay, and maybe the form of that roof. I would agree with that. So we feel like might be more congruous with even its own house, the primary structure, if it did not have the sort of radiused roof.
Yeah, on the rear of the main house, especially. I also wonder if, looking at the outbuilding, if some dormers sort of echoing the windows below in the roof wouldn't help, again, bring it more vertical. But I think the comment here is not this design by committee that we're descending into, but that outbuilding to be congruous with the main house, seems to need to be more vertical in its aspect ratio. Yes?
Yes, it needs the existing house needs a very in-depth proportional study, and then understanding what that structure and that DNA in that proportional study comes about with to then inform how that accessory dwelling in the back needs to be done.
In defense of the application, I think it does. It wants to suggest, because there were some, I believe there were some images included of the Merriman Wynn kind of carriage house. That's sort of maybe the scale that it's going towards. If you're looking at your computer and you're able to look on Street View, I would encourage looking at the context on the east side, the rear property line, because it is within the district. There is a very hard line that has been established by the development along there, and this is going to jut into that, tight to a more traditional setback on an alley location, which is a little different than what the context is.
And perhaps the verticality of that outbuilding would actually help with Drummond Way too, if it got a little more vertical.
Yeah. Thanks for saying that. And then I guess also, I know we were recommended to not discuss the ramp further, but the ramp does lead to a deck, which
is wood.
Which wood decking. I mean, this house has an interesting, like long, low, like either concrete or masonry front porch. I mean, it feels like decking would feel, to me, it feels incongruous with the house. Like
absolutely
some form of concrete or stone. It needs to be something.
And the scale of that ramp.
And yeah, it's also
to beat this dead horse. The scale of that ramp is so large that it becomes an architectural element, and I think it has impact on the base and design of the house, regardless of what comments were made previously.
And again, perhaps taking clues from the house, given that it's a permanent ramp because it's being proposed that way, perhaps looking at some things like the front railing on the upper porch on the house to bring some design elements to carry it back wouldn't hurt. One other element that is making me a little crazy in congruity, which is on sheet 16, which is 47 of 55. If you look at the front elevation of the house, there are two carriage lamp light fixtures inserted between the pairs of outer windows. That I don't know that they have any, in terms of congruity, business being there.
Page was that?
Page 47 of 55.
Thank you. I know, it's the only one that had to do it. Okay, right there.
Go down. Right.
Oh, interesting.
So
Added?
Yeah.
it appears that the committee is not comfortable with the application as presented.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we hit the bulk of the feedback points for the applicant. The one I want to emphasize from staff comments.
You were right. We're on the same wavelength.
Yeah. I think the one I want to emphasize from the staff comments is the bluestone, the use of bluestone. That seems to be an introduction of a incongruous material.
Yeah, I would go, and I would also add the decking.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a brick house. This was solid. I mean, everything about it says masonry and stability and,
It says, I'm the important guy on the block. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, whoever built this house did so consciously.
So providing some feedback to the applicant to get them to congruity, where are we at?
I would suggest we open it to the applicant to get some questions back or see where they are. And then I propose that we go to a deferral for a revised design with these elements addressed.
Are you suggesting reopening the hearing for
Yes.
questions? Okay. Let's reopen the evidentiary hearing, and then you were going to ask questions, or you have the applicant? What was
I'd
your
like
suggestion?
to understand what the applicant understands from what we've been talking about first, and then
Yeah.
add to it as necessary.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to kind of summarize what we have heard, make sure we have heard correctly. So first of all, let's start with the front walk, sidewalk, sloping sidewalk that then converts. So we agree that we'll convert the porch from being wood to a brick and concrete in some sort of a solid material on the back that's congruent with everything else. What's currently on the front of the house, let me see, hold on a second, is we have this brick.
Yes.
Maybe we are open to discussing it. We would like to look at alternatives to the brick because we aren't aesthetically thrilled by that.
Can understand.
Second of all,
Yeah.
The sloping roof on the back or the semicircle
Radius,
roof,
yeah.
we'll probably lose that.
Okay.
And then let's see. So then the structure on the accessory dwelling structure height, the pitch roof height. We explored, this is the challenge, and you rightly brought it up. We have on one hand, the house is a 12 to 12 pitch, and that is a very narrow alleyway. And the problem is going to be, we're going to introduce a giant roof for these people to now look out on. So we have a challenge because they're right out of their window. Right now, they live on the second floor. They don't live on the first floor.
Right.
The first floor are the garages. So they live on the second floor. They look out. They do not see a roof. They see trees. By virtue of making it a 12 to 12 pitch, they will now be looking out onto a roof.
Not necessarily, only if you do one.
Yeah.
That's so. We would like to do a roof, which we all think is a good idea. The question becomes whether we would like to do a 12 to 12 pitch or a 6 or 12 or some sort of intermediate roof. We are open to exploring that. And I hear the criticism.
Well,
not a concern.
I would also give you the consideration of doing clear stories or dormers that become a clear story into the space below. There's not a hard, fast rule of a solid roof there. That is a preconceived notion.
Yeah.
Right.
And
so
I'll
let
tell
me
you,
kind of
this
go
is-
back to some of the examples. I think we have them. Colette, or is this just the existing house? All right. I'm sorry. So if you go to pages.
And part of, I think, what we're asking for is for you to research your conditions and your context more in depth and come back with solutions that are appropriate based on the context of what you have versus your personal.
So if you look at page 13,
13.
there's the adjacent structure, which is the Merriman Wynn house structure. We were kind of working with that scale and feel.
Not a bad start.
So we're open to exploring how we can get that makes you guys more comfortable with getting to that scale and feel.
Well, I think where we were coming from is that understanding that this main house is a vertical proportion.
Mm-hmm.
The proportional study is important,
Mm-hmm.
and it needs to be done to understand how it can be brought to an accessory dwelling scale.
And I would say that also with the Merriman Wynn House outbuilding, a lot of what, I was on DRAC at the time, and a lot of what drove the discussion of that outbuilding and its proportions was actually to A, minimize it, and B, respond to the lower roof portions of the Wynn Merriman. It has a very defined line on it with lower porch roofs and things. And I think that's what that outbuilding is actually responding to when they did that. I'm finding myself in the weird position, which I don't think I've ever had in the 18 years I've been on the district's commission, of thinking that an accessory structure should actually be bigger than what's proposed. But because the context that it is in kind of almost asks for bigger. You know?
Fair enough. So I do think we need to explore the roof.
Yeah.
You know, and I also suspect, just looking at the structure, is that it's so diminutive to the Merriman Wynn house.
Yep.
That was how that kind of was arrived at. I also think that, I think we just need to we need to revisit. We're open to revisiting that roof line and figuring out what is the right proportion. And also, we have this courtyard space that we're creating, so I don't want it to become so overwhelmingly large that then that's sort of bizarre as well. And so then we also have these neighbors immediately behind us, which we also want to be respectful to. So we're getting tugs and pulls in a lot of multiple directions. So, but we're open to exploring.
I mean, formally, the property just to the north of yours does sort of have what Curtis is describing. I realize it's one of the 3-story condos, but it looks like there's a walk connecting, the house, the primary structure back to that. And it does create like a pretty nice, like, private court space. So
this is the house right here in this photograph?
Yes, the one on the left.
Yep. And you can see a little bit of the of the roof for the secondary structure. Yep. Right there.
Yeah. And I
mean,
that is an excellent point.
Can I speak to that?
Yep.
Tanya here. Sorry, Tanya here. Just I just wanted to comment on so the condos on John Haywood Lane were part of property that was owned by the state of North Carolina and some of the other properties. So this property was not part of that rezoning case. So the house next door, as part of that whole planned development, has access. Their garage is in one of those new buildings, and so that's why they have that access, and that's why this one doesn't.
Gotcha. But it
So-
could, so it could.
So it's a function of the history
Well,
of the development?
no, because they would have to cut through private property, so
That's
that
what
they
I
have
thought.
no legal access to
Assuming
get through.
there was an agreement, they could
Well,
do it.
yeah, they could do that. I just wanted to
I appreciate that.
add a little
That's-
background there.
That's important.
I want to jump real back quick to what Rob brought up in this picture right here, because I think it illustrates something very clearly. This brick house is a wall. It is all about the wall. And one of the, I'd like to see a proportional study, not just of the house, but of the spaces between the structures, so that the heights of those structures kind of contain a space that is relative to working with that main house. When that little low slung thing is back here, it's almost like, whose property is that? It's not tied to the main house in any way, because the space regulated between the main house and that little guy falls apart.
Don't forget there's the
garage, which helps.
Which helps define the courtyard. And then the other side is the...
Which even more so creates that wonderful space back there. So, think about the proportion of the property, not the building per se, or with it. But and using Merriman Wynn, yeah, it's a good idea, but it goes to Merriman Wynn. All of that is coming off of Merriman Wynn. Why are you taking details from Merriman Wynn?
Well,
I don't think it's
nearby. It's
details.
nearby in Raleigh.
Well, I know,
mean,
I get that, but this is, as you said, Rob, this is a very distinctive, different thing that everybody, including you, said, I've never seen like that. That is odd.
Yeah.
So let's run with that.
Any additional questions from the committee?
So have I addressed we'll be coming back. We understand.
As long as you understand where we're coming from.
Absolutely.
As long as you have
Thank you, John.
As long as you have an idea of what the committee
I think
was
we know where we
discussing,
want to go with
and-
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to very much thank you all for taken on this house. This is a wonderful house. We nearly lost it about 25 years ago to demolition by neglect. And so you're the next ones in the door to really take it to its next spot. And I really appreciate you taking it on. I'd like to make a motion to defer this application to...
There.
Okay. Actually, I have a question for the applicant. If we do the next meeting, their requirement, you'll need to get stuff in within a few days of now. I assume pushing it out 2 meetings is where we really want to go, yes?
So the deadline, staff reports will be published the week of June 5th. So our deadline for new applicants
It's
to
like next-
provide information is tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
So it would be unlikely that,
Yeah, unless you're really on a lot of coffee tonight.
So, new applications are tomorrow, but what about ongoings?
it would still need to be by likely next Wednesday in order to give us time to write a staff report.
Which,
Give it more thought. Give it more thought.
If you would like a updated staff report to accompany any revisions, it would need to be submitted to us by next Wednesday, the 31st. There is a possibility that you could choose to bring new information to the next meeting, which is June 22nd, but there would not be an updated staff report.
yeah, and up to you. I mean, that's why I'm asking. Okay.
We'll figure it out.
So why don't we do the motion to defer it a month? And if you, when you talk, decide you need more time, you can go to staff and just say, hey, we'd like to put it off another month. And we don't need a motion to go further.
Sounds good.
Okay.
This has a potential for a fantastic project.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're doing it.
So motion is to defer the application to the next COA hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to defer the application to next month's meeting. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And thank you, neighbors, for showing up. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I love the come. We have meetings once a month. You're invited to every single one of them.
All right, moving on to committee discussion. Is there any? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Wes.